where'd that
Goodbye.
guy?
Hello there. How's it going? The tweet is live. Go give the tweet some love. Bless, thank you for the 18. King, thank you for the 29. Hello. Okay. Offbeat Owl, thank you for the 4. Okay. Believe we're good to go. Hope your day's going good. Oh, I'm tired. So tired. Okay, chat. Let's get this party started. Alright, there is that. Here is today's artwork. Enjoy you guys on the YouTube side of things, and here you guys go on the Twitch side of things. Isn't the lotto on the 20th? The lotto starts, as I have been told, Thursday. Sorry, not Thursday. Tuesday, tomorrow. Okay. So it apparently is the 20th JP, but it's going to end up being literally my stream start time tomorrow. So, back-to-back events, back-to-back events. So it looks like we are getting everything, lumped on us here in the evening time slot, which is rare. We don't normally get that. In that regard, I'm kind of excited. Can you link the background art before I started streaming? It's on my Twitter if you want. If one of the mods can just go grab it real fast. I am technically the sauce of the art. Because Teddy, who did the art for me, has not posted it to his Twitter yet, as far as I know. Yep, it's also in the channel and Discord. Is mana loading needed for meta supports? Kind of. So the best way to think about this is there's no such thing as a bad append on any of your meta supports because you're using them so often that it's kind of worth having them. If you're going to pick any of them, I do recommend mana loading just because supports often have very powerful NPs and having the ability to get to them easier or faster is usually a good idea. Do you have to have it? I'm going to be real with you and I'm going to say the best, I think, claimants are people that have an offensive NP and obviously Castoria. The reason why I actually talk about it prolifically in the how to use Castoria video that I put out a while back that got like 100,000 views. The idea behind it is basically like something like this. Let me see. So what you want is you want a scenario where you have Castoria, and your damage dealer. Okay? So the CDC, the cause of COVID. Basically, what you want is you want a scenario where, like, the Castorias use their 30% charge skills each. Okay? So, right there, that's 30. Then there's another 30. Right? And so you're sitting here and you're like, okay, that's 60% charge for everybody. Now, each of the Castorias has a targetable 20%. That probably gets their damage dealer up to 100% or so on and whatnot. Okay? But it still leaves the Castorias at sort of 60%. Well, here's the logic behind having the mana loading. If each Castoria has their mana loading not even unlocked, but maxed, that means you are basically staring down 80% charge now in each of those Castorias. All it takes to get the Castoria then to be able to NP within a 3 turn is a triple arts chain. So the logic there is that it's really useful on Castoria because it might allow the Castoria to fire off an NP within the chain, within the normal 3-turn cadence. And if you have a unit that's maybe not so robust and, maybe you messed up somehow or, it's just not going to clear for whatever you think, you have that option to fire off the Castoria NP then to help that out. Because Castoria NP is going to give at minimum 30% attack up, if not up to 50%, I believe, at NP 5. So you've got quite a bit of firepower there that you could potentially harness and use to your advantage if you can manage to get it. And that's just talking in a normal 3-turn cadence. Obviously, you start talking in challenge content and stuff like that, and it becomes even more valuable. But yeah, there's at least some decent logic there to having that and kind of just being able to, like, abuse it a little bit. I think that's just one of the advantages that triple arts units have. I think it's in general arts' favorability and any sort of 3-turn cadence is being able to get to an NP naturally without really having to like use command seals or anything like that. There's not even a third support required in this sort of scenario. And it's entirely likely that you could just have your damage dealer having 20% charge of their own from their own mana loading, then you target them with one of the 20%, they're maxed out, and then that actually still leaves a 20% that could be thrown on either of the Castorias. So, long story short, I highly recommend getting mana loading on Castoria. I highly recommend getting mana loading on any of the meta supports that have an offensive NP. I mean, Skya, Summer Scotty, heck, even Oberon. Outside of them, no, it's not the biggest of deals if you don't. I will tell you it's still a good idea to unlock it, but you don't have to max it, in my opinion. Hello, Minos. Thank you, I appreciate it. Alba, thank you for the 43. I want T. Okay, that's a weird one. I'm not going to say that one out loud. Most arts farmers could 3-turn without one of the Castoria's 20% betters. Right. Yeah, and especially with the way Castoria's 20% charge skill works, it's 20% charge and what, 30% NP gain. So it doesn't, and because it's party wide, it does not have to be on the like damage dealer to help them loot necessarily. So a lot of times there are times you can get away with putting it on someone else, and it's really interesting. I don't do it too often, but it can definitely work. Confirmed. Unfortunately, the welfare is Nemo. Poor choice, Nemo. I mean, I'll say this: I'm not gonna like get on to anybody that wanted it to be Nino, or sorry, Nemo. I'm not gonna get on to anybody that is like excited for this Christmas. I'll say I'm underwhelmed. I would have hoped for someone that I was more interested in, and there's plenty of people that could have been. Nemo's not really one of them. I don't think Nemo's terrible, but I just kind of like don't really see why they had to like pull Nasu in and have him write it and stuff like that. So we'll see. I'm sure that'll be revealed in time, but as it is right now, I think the most interesting thing about the event is that it's supposedly going to be like 10 to 11 days, and you're basically going to end up having an irregular start time and an irregular node structure. I think it was just the other day that someone was saying like, oh, it's going to suck that this is a Christmas style event on a short leash because it probably means that we're getting, like basically the Christmas nodes, how we always have it, which is like each node releases each day, and it's not until like the final part that you get the best node. That's still kind of the case with the JP event, but the way they're structuring it this time, this is kind of what I said, is like there's nothing stopping them from making it so that the good nodes just work throughout. So we start with a 90 and a 90 plus, basically for the entire duration of the event, and they change daily. So you're always getting 90 and 90 plus the entire time. And only then in the last like 4 days or so do you get 90 plus plus. And now I love this, chat, because they have made my point for me. Chat, do you care about the 90 plus plus node? This is a philosophical question, but it's kind of made even more apparent by this. Nope, exactly. This is kind of the point that I've been making the entire time. Your 90 plus plus nodes don't actually matter. And the reason is it's not really going to have increased efficiency unless you can 6-slot it. And the way a lot of these plus plus nodes have been is it is usually a very whaley comp that can 6-slot it. Obviously, if this were a non-lotto event, you wouldn't care, because then it's just like, well, who cares if I like do the 90 plus plus, but I don't 3-turn? This is a lotto event though, so you do care if you're 3-turn. You want the maximum number of runs you can fit in a small time period. You're going to naturally want the most efficiency you can get, obviously, but like I said, I don't think that efficiency gain is going to be here. So they're kind of making that point for me that the 90 plus plus nodes are not a big deal. You don't have to care if you can't do them. If you could just do the 90, that's a little bit more unfortunate, but as long as you can do the 90 plus, you will still entirely clear the shop. You will still get roughly the same rate of currency as you would have doing the 90 plus plus at 5-slot. So there's really nothing to be broken up about. I'm just going to go ahead, go in there and farm the 90 plus nodes each day and not give a shit about that 90 plus plus node towards the end. I'm going to try to front load all my farming because we got Tunguska coming in hot on basically Friday for us. So 90 plus greater than 90 plus plus, yeah. And the big reason that I want to make a point about this, chat, 90 plus plus is incredibly more in terms of the health values that you see present in the node. A lot of the times in a 90 plus node, you might see anywhere from like, I'd say about 150 to 200k in terms of health values. In a 90 plus plus node, you'll see anything, the gambit is between 300,000 to over 1 million. So it really depends on what you're up against, it really depends on what you're hitting. But basically, unless you're using a damage bonus unit or using a damage bonus CE, it often falls upon some sort of wacky combination of Oberon plus a really high NP level of unit in order to be able to clear the node in 3 turns efficiently. That's why I think kind of the devs are not headed down the right path of this one. I think I'm glad they gave us a 90 and a 90 plus every single day, but I think, like I said, that this is kind of making my point for me that it's going to be blatantly obvious that everyone's just going to not care. They're just going to pop apples and they're not going to hold back. I don't think it's going to be a big concern. The only concern will be, is there a change in efficiency between like the day 1 node and the day 2 node versus the day 3 node versus the day 4 node, that sort of stuff. And we won't know that until the event actually comes out. So. 90 plus plus is going to save my limited number of apples on the target audience. Yeah, and if you have like only a handful, I don't think there's any problem with doing plus plus. It just is what it is. It's like, I think this is sort of the problem that they have is when we moved from 90 to 90 plus, we gained, not only just increased drop chance of the CE, but also the ability to full clear shop. Okay? The problem is when we went from 90 plus to 90 plus plus, we kind of didn't gain anything because they've made the node so difficult. It's designed around being 5 slotted, not 6 slotted. So I think a lot of people either can't do it in a timely manner, or, which doesn't matter in a normal event, or they can't do it basically just on premise of the health values are actually like basically outwailing them. Do you think NP2 Mellow is enough for the raid? I was gonna say you should definitely check Avalon's sheet. The big thing I cautioned you guys about, and we were talking about this before, is like there is a point at which your Melisson can get so strong that you will actually like basically start like omega lulling the raid. You can obviously scale that back, but you really want to make sure that you're still 3-turning the raid. Otherwise, you have major problems. Yep. Yeah, I was going to say, if you can 5 slot, it's basically 5 slot 90 plus plus is roughly equal to 6 slot 90 plus. And so this is where the argument comes in, is like, is it necessarily worth it to like go through all the hassle of trying to kill the plus plus node where you could just kind of probably easily do the 90 plus? It really depends on the node. It really depends on your account. It really depends on a lot of factors. So I'm not going to tell you not to do the 90 plus plus. I'm just going to tell you don't care. And the reason I'm telling you don't care is so that you don't get bent out of shape when you can't do the 90 plus plus. Okay? That way you don't get bent out of shape thinking I need to roll higher in P levels. FGO is becoming this whale-centric game. I don't think it matters, chat. Right? That's what I'm trying to tell you. Is like the difference between 6 slot 90 plus and 5 slot 90 plus plus is negligible. It's basically just, pick whichever one is easier on your account to do. So that's the whole point. I'm trying to sort of de-escalate the pressure that the devs attempt to put on by running the 90 plus plus in a lot of circumstances where it really feels like they're trying to incentivize you to do it, but the reality is it's not that big of a deal for you to do it. And the reason that I want to say that is the case for me and why I've said this is because for years, FGO has been a very free-to-play friendly game. I'm sure people will point out and scoff at that because they'll be like, oh, well, CAD, they didn't give us, like this welfare back, or like they didn't give us that old CE back. You're not wrong, okay? Like I can absolutely point to that. But the fact remains that it's never actually been that hard on free-to-plays to play FGO. Usually the only issue occurs in the early sort of onset of levels and how long it takes to get outside of that, which is where like you're not 3-turning, everything is shit. It's like this 10-turn, like just card type through the content, and it just takes forever to do anything. Whales get out of that stage a lot faster. Free-to-plays stay in that stage a little bit longer, just depending. That's getting even better over time, especially with stuff like the Evocation Festival on JP. And there's been numerous quality of life like the Pure Prisms and new tutorial missions that give just a lot of resources to players. So I think FGO has always been a very free to play centric game. But the reason that you're going to hear me push back a little bit on 90 plus plus into the future here is because there's really not a lot of worth to it for the amount of money they want you to spend to be able to do the node in an efficient manner. Okay. I don't think this is worth. I think this is basically bad for business for them. I think it's them trying to incentivize you to spend more money on the game, and I don't think that's a good thing when you want to keep a robust population of free to plays. So I've heard people before say that they're trying to incentivize it to basically sort of reward people who have whaled, because now that Oberon's in the game, there's not a whole lot of reason to have more MP levels. And I can definitely understand that, and I'm going to say that that's probably 100% on target for what they're thinking, at least somewhat. I'm sure at the end of the day, it's all just being driven by we want to make more money, but at the end of the day, I think that's kind of what they're thinking, is that they need to provide some sort of means by which you basically want to roll more. I will always try to find ways around you guys having to roll more, though, so please understand that. Don't think about it as me like trying to sit here and shit on 90 plus plus because like I can't do it or anything like that. In fact, you are sitting in a 90 plus plus node right now, chat. You guys can see it's over 1 million health on this sucker, and I don't have damage Cs or anything like that. But obviously, the whole reason I even can one-tap this node is because the unit that I'm currently using is a 102 in P5. So there is that going on at this point, and it's definitely something that I think is at least somewhat concerning. I'm going to say this, when it comes to 90 plus plus content, I think Ordeal Call and its free nodes are the best argument for it. But with Ordeal Call, you're limited based off your number of storm pods. There is actually no requirement for you to have to actually one-tap the node. The only place that really ever will matter is lottos. Lottos are where you actually want to be fast. Same thing, I guess, with raids. But like, those two things are going to be the majority of content where you want to be super efficient. You need the most number of runs. You want to get a lot of bang for your buck. You want to be able to farm a ton, that sort of stuff. But I think we start to like back that situation out, the requirement to do the highest end of content is not that big of a requirement. Yeah, it's definitely very free to play friendly. I think free to plays get out of that stage as soon as they can redeem the 5-star waiver. Yeah, honestly, in that regard, you're not wrong. It's a lot easier for a free to play to get out of it. Like, waiver alone won't get you out. You still have to develop certain units, but like, if a free to play is smart, they can get out of it, right? If they actually like pay attention to what's going on and start thinking about it. My New Year's resolution. Yeah, I mean, and I'm gonna say this too, chat. Keep in mind, a lot of the choices that the devs make, a lot of the choices that JP makes with its content structure, have everything to do with the current status of FGO and what they see moving forward. A lot of the times, us on NA are sitting here sort of reacting to it 2 years in advance. But the reality is, we all know it's coming. We all know it'll eventually reach our server as well. So it's good to kind of form an opinion on some of the stuff now. You don't have to. You can wait and see until you encounter it yourselves. But in general, it's something that you'll have to come to grips with at some point. Yep, JP Lotto starts right as my stream time starts. I may try to get live a little early to help with that. I think we have maintenance tonight for it. I was talking with Torak about that. I think we have it tonight, and then apparently, like, when the JP event ends, we're basically rolling right into our new one. So, like, actually, I'm sorry. I believe the JP event ends tonight. Then we go into maintenance. Then there's like basically like a half day worth of like no event, and then we start the JP Lotto. It's a very fast turnaround. Do we know if the bond formula is bond plus CE bond times teapot, or bond plus flat bond plus teapot? Okay, so everything that you ever need to know is that bond will scale off the node. So if you're thinking, oh, does my 15% CE make the teapot give even 15% more? No, it does not. Everything is dependent on the amount the node gives. So everything is additive with itself, even if it's multiplicative to the node. That make any sense? Basically, whatever number you can think of that it would be, it's the worst number. Is it better to get my Georgios to bond 12? I mean, you're going to get 30 courts for your Georgios, but that's 100% up to you. Do you have to rush story in order to do the raids? No, because you have like 18 hours to do each story. Like, chat, the raid will be at like 9 p.m. Eastern. So from like basically midnight Eastern to 9 p.m. the next day is all story time. So the vast majority of time is story. You're just going to have the raids available for like 2 hours after that. That's basically what makes these raids for Tunguska, especially the early ones, just so crap. Why is it hard to find Castorius with point Cs on JP? What do you mean by point Cs? You mean like bond point, or you mean like wait, you're still doing the event? Because a lot of people farmed the raid and didn't have materials because the raids gave decent point gain. So I think that's kind of the issue why. Most people probably don't need it. I can put it up if you need me to. I thought retainers only had 400k lives. There is a swarm of them for the third raid, but that's 400, then 800, then 1.2 mil. Like, it keeps going up. Don't ask. It won't, but let me pull you guys up on the YouTube side. Sorry I had you guys. Summer Scotty before or after anniversary? For the upcoming year, she's after anniversary. Your Grail units can do the 90++ are fun because you get to use the units you like in farming. Yeah, and this is why I've said, like, I don't like JP's concept of bonding, right? Like, they said you're not going to be able to bond beyond 15 anytime soon. So that's just a big nope. And they've basically also made it so that everybody in your front line gets plus 20%. So that the units you like to use or are forced to use bond faster compared with the units on your back line, which get nothing, which are usually the ones you're actually trying to bond. So I feel like it's a like evil way that they've gone about doing their bond change, and I wish they had done it the reverse way. The reverse way would be much kinder to players. But they've already come out and said that their stance on bonding at this point is to basically tell you to like cap out and just roll more units. And I'm like, that's where, again, like I said, I think a lot of their decision making now is trying to be designed to make more money. And I'm like, listen, I'd be happy paying them money if they actually would get off their ass and push content at the rate that they used to. But they don't. So I don't think that like you should reward them by giving them more money right now. And maybe they think, oh, I know, if we make more money, we can have more money to hire people with or something like that. That might be their logic, but it's not like they haven't made billions. So get good. Yeah, I wish it had been the back line. Simply are just many servants coming out that I'm interested in myself lately. I mean, I've said the same thing too. I only roll at this point on NA for like units that I care about. So I think this is where like I've talked about this for years. People that were not around my stream in like years 1 and 2 didn't get to see like Mega Whale CAD. Okay, CAD rolling multiple MP levels of things. CAD rolling basically every unit that came out. Nowadays, I I'm very selective as to who I roll. You guys always ask me whenever there's a new unit, Cad, you gonna roll it on JP? And I'm always like, eh. Or maybe I even say something like, I'll probably roll it on NA. If my JP doesn't need it, my NA surely doesn't need it. That's the big thing I can tell you guys. So at that point, if I'm telling you I'll roll it on NA, it probably means like I probably can't afford it on my JP. And my NA will probably pick it up because I like the unit. But still, it just depends. They have more than enough money to hire people. I agree. This is CAD taking it easy mode. Yep. All right, chat. Did I prove it or not? Did I prove it or not? Like, I see comments about botting all the freaking time in especially on the YouTube side of chat. I'm sorry, YouTube. But like, I don't bot, and I still just walked right out the gate of that lotto and kicked it in the ass. Like, I absolutely can and will do that from time to time. So I proved that even with the shitty structure, even with the shortest lotto that we've had since year 2, I proved that it is still possible to do the 500 boxes easily. Easily. The only thing that gave me any trouble at the end was trying to make use of all of the champagne bottles from the boxes, because I had to do basically an extra 200 runs for that. 400 runs. It was 400 runs because I remember saying it was supposed to be about 150 boxes was the equivalent of the amount of runs that I did. And the only reason I had to do that is because I got no use out of the QP out of them. So I didn't even need the ice in that regard. The botters have 5 other gotchas to play. I know. Ked got 3 hours of sleep daily during Lotto. I actually didn't. My sleep pattern was perfectly fine. We calculated what the theoretical maximum was. I remember talking with Bob about that. Someone could have done way more boxes than I would. But if anyone, like, there were certain numbers that I knew. If someone, based off the day, like where I was at, if someone told me they were significantly beyond my box number, I knew they were a botter. Like, straight up. Okay. And that did happen. Like, there was one of the days where I think we were like, basically where I was at, and I was at like 300 boxes. And I told myself, a truly insane person could probably have about another 50 to 100 boxes over me. And someone came out and they were like, oh yeah, man, I'm at like 800 boxes. And I was like, sure. Like, the only way you get that kind of efficiency is farming while you sleep. But like, the whole point, and I don't mean to bring up the botting thing again. The whole point is simply to point out that, like, it is absolutely possible. People try to tell me all the time that it's not. The biggest issue with it always, chat, is just remaining consistent. Slow and steady wins you that race. And I do mean that, at least, like, not so much in the slow department, but like the steady part, like the consistency part. You just have to like sit there and just keep grinding. And I know a lot of people think it's monotonous. I know a lot of people don't think it's fun. Like I said, it's pretty easy to do if you just like throw on like something to watch or something like that. Okay. And I'm not saying everybody has to do the amount of boxes I do either, right? Like, that's just, is what it is. The CAD's 50 bucks from insanity? No, it was more like I knew that I knew what the like basic rate of things was going to be. I knew like how much more efficient I could have been over the span of a couple days, right? And I'm somebody that farms while I'm at work, okay? Not everyone can do that, and I totally understand. That's what I'm saying. Not everyone necessarily would have been capable of doing the amount of boxes that I do. But it is certainly possible for just about anyone to do at least 100 boxes, to pretty much get their account into such a status that you are able to 3-turn almost all the nodes. It's not a whale thing. And I have people all the time that like ask me. In fact, I think the last day of the lotto, when I ended stream, I saw the comment after I ended stream, but someone was asking me, how did you do so many boxes? Chat, the majority of the time, it boils down to the amount of apples you have. Okay? That's not my apples. That's my seedlings. But let's imagine this were my apples. How did I save up so many apples? Well, it's simple. Don't use apples the rest of the year. I want you guys to think about what you spend apples on. Where do you use them? Do you use them on a daily basis? Because if you are, you're doing it wrong. Do you use them to catch up on an event that you came and like you basically fell behind in? Stop falling behind in the event. That's usually the key. And I know people have work lives and that's basically going to interfere. I get it, okay? The whole point is how you save so many apples for a lotto is by being efficient the rest of the year. Okay, that's usually what it is. When you ask yourself, should I spend apples on this free quest? The answer is no. Stop it. Get help. Generally speaking, the lotto is going to be more efficient than any free quest you can otherwise find out there. And the reason because is you're farming a free quest when you do the lotto. And you're getting the lotto boxes. That's usually why. So I think a lot of people get kind of caught on that. Yeah, if you use quartz, that can absolutely help. I'm not going to deny the fact that I used quartz to get to that point. I'm not going to say that, like, everybody had the ability to, like, have as many apples that I did for that lotto. It was more to prove a point that I could still grind to that level. And chat, that basically was me. We were done on day 7, and I could have very easily finished on day 6. I just slacked, and that led me into day 7. But yeah, it's absolutely would have been possible. So how to be good, don't suck. I mean, that sounds awful, right? But it is quite literally that. It's like play the game, log in every day, use your AP. That's how you don't fall behind in an event. It's where you let AP rot. It's where you don't log in that day that you end up getting behind. Then you have to pop apples. Then you don't have apples for the lotto. Then you end up either not being able to grind as much or you have to pop quartz. Neither of those two things are good, right? Happy Nemo Moss, yes. Anniversary soaked a lot of my apples. Yeah, and I understand that too. I think a lot of people are on this I guess like hype train of now that 120 is a thing, people are going to be grinding 5-star embers. I myself will do that, chat. You want to know why? I'm a whale. I am a whale. I freely and willingly admit that. That being said, if you're a free to play, don't do that. It's not good. It's absolutely a waste of your resources. You will get people to 120 eventually anyways. And the problem you're going to have on a free to play is you are not going to be able to keep that attitude up. That like hey, you know, I'm just going to go keep grinding the 5-star embers so that I have enough for my 120s. You will eventually end up regretting that decision if you keep at that. Yeah, 120 is not meant to be like completed quickly, okay? If you see someone complete it quickly, understand they're a whale. That's usually always the explanation. I literally turned around and did Artorias since anniversary to 120. And I still slow walked that one for whale. Like, I basically had her at 109 going into the lotto. And then I just went like, oh, okay, time to use all my embers. And that did it. And chat. Hold on, let me put this up for Avalon. Oh, I have it up. Lucky you. Good enough. But I don't have you on JP. Whose fault is that? What was I saying? Hyper, thank you for the 54. It has been. Almost to the 5 years. Oh, Paw Prince unlocking command code slots, yeah. But yeah, like it's definitely a thing where it's gonna take people some time. Now, chat, how many embers do I have from the lotto? Right, like so y'all saw how much I used to get my artillery up to full. Okay, so that first stack there is not that. The rest of these, chat, are all lotto stacks. Okay, until we get to here, where these foes are and lower. These are now stacks that existed before the lotto. Okay? So, you can see just how much extra experience I had, not even including lotto stuff. I still have the makings to be able to push another unit to 120 fairly fast. Like, I won't get them all the way there. If I were to use every single ember in my mailbox, they would probably get about like 3/4 of the way there. Okay, that's a rough estimation on my part. But I'm not going to do that. Mostly because I don't want to spin this stack. It has no time limit. It has no reason to be removed until I have to. So I'm not going to until I have to. The rest of the people are basically going to get used, as you can see, in order of their expiration. So, the trophy stack, yes. Is it worth bringing the new Santa welfare because 50% bond bonus? I mean, yeah, in general. Like, units that have bond bonus in an event are going to be better to bond, by logic, right? Shadow, thank you for the 51. Thanks for the entertainment, can't wait for more. I'm glad that you find me entertaining. Either because you enjoy me, or because you're laughing at me, one way or the other. But that's the whole point I'm trying to make, is like, please understand, chat, for the most part, like, most people don't do stuff like I do. I am well aware that I have very whale-centric strats, and in case you're wondering, chat, it's not just that that's full, okay? Like, I am full on everything, okay? Including my second archive. So, definitely I need some space, but I need either a new unit or a Grail to be able to have said space, of which I will get one from Tunguska. We are laughing with you. I hope so. Also, Chad, I did actually manage to spend all of my my QP from the thing, like from the lotto. I don't know how I managed that. Oh, bit of a PSA, chat. Y'all got 20 teapots if you've done your missions. Don't use them. There you go. Don't use them until the final raid is what I would tell you. You want basically whatever will give you the best bond points, and I haven't checked to see, but I assume the final raid is going to be the best thing. So don't use them prior to that point. Don't use them in a shitty free quest. Oh, by the way, chat, do you guys like my new bell comp? My ass clap hit bond 10 finally, so we had to come up with a new solution. Okay. A double DPS? Yes. Zoomer comp? Mm-hmm. It's the best by extension. It'll last the longest. Well, yeah, that's definitely true as well. Lay Arcanist, welcome. Party charge per turn is really nice. Yes, especially when I'm only using one actual support. So you can see this is the only caveat here. So if I don't get a triple arts on the front chain, I have to use another ability. But it's actually fairly constant that you get the triple arts. What's up, Arcanist? You'll be 30 short if you go to bond 15. Oh, wait, are you trying to calculate coins? Yeah, the thing to remember on coins, chat, is just remember you get 180 coins from bonding all the way up to 15. Okay, so let that be your guide. If you're a 5-star, you get 90 coins per. If you're a 4-star that's limited, you get 50 coins per copy. If you're a 4-star that's permanent, you get 30. If you're a 3-star, you get 15. If you're a 2-star, you get what is it, 6? And then if you're a 1-star, you get 2. In your YouTube vids, but never really caught a stream. Yeah, welcome. What non-Saberface servant are you looking forward to the most on NA? Non-Saberface servant am I looking forward to the most? Wow. That's an interesting question. And it can't be a Saberface? Well, chat, it's probably Lady Avalon because she's voiced by Kawasumi. So it's not a saber face, it's a saber voice. I do like Bizette, I do like Arcuid, so there's definitely some other units coming up that I'm going to be happy for. How many coins are needed for Grail casting? You can print 2 Grails per month, and each Grail you need 2,000 coins. So you need 4,000 coins per month. Sucks. Actually sucks. Yeah, there we go. We got the triple arts. Jesus, no thanks. 4K fucking damn. Like I said, chat, I have done 2 years worth of Grail casting as a relative free to play on JP. The reason I say relative, I've definitely done some like hauling out the wallet and rolling, and that has kept me afloat more than I would like to admit. I don't think an actual true free to play, starting from where I started, can actually get the job done over 2 years without running out of coins. The only thing that's kept me afloat besides the rolling is how many boxes I do at a lotto on JP, which I do a minimum of like 300 now. So. And that's usually without like courts. I have never spent courts on JP to refresh. Yeah, 48,000 coins. I like how we got Nobukatsu and now we get Mary Anning back to back in the FP Gotcha for events. Yeah. I think they realized that those like low star welfares were just not in existence. They were basically just not like having a path forward. So I think what you're seeing is how they're going to treat them going forward. Oh, also this sucks, chat. Basically, anytime I get an Ember drop now, I must go and delete the Ember. So as you guys watch me spin down my AP on an A, behold as I keep having to burn a singular Saber or Berserker Ember. Is the Nemo Lotto story locked? So the Lotto is not story locked. The story to the Lotto and the welfare apparently are story locked. You can set it so it burns them automatically, Cad. Yeah, but I don't always want it to. The only reason that I'm doing it right now, because chat, I will 100% forget to turn that shit off. Okay? So like the only reason that I'm doing it right now is straight up because like I physically cannot use an Ember on my account. There is no unit that is not at max level, and I have no more Grails. So ain't able to spend another Ember even if I wanted to. And I am completely full. How far into the story do I need for JP? I believe it is LB6, chat. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think they said 6.5. Thank you. Also grinding LB6 notes. Oh, you guys can expect me. Okay. So here's the current plan. for my NA account, okay? Because we already pulled this up the other day. Probably gonna scream at me for an update as it normally does. It didn't. Oh my god. So basically, if I come over here to statistics and I turn on subtract own and subtract event, y'all can see this is the amount of coin, or sorry, not the amount of coins. Don't look at the coins. The coins are fucking useless. This is the amount of materials that I need for the next 2 years. Okay, this right here. That's it. Only these. Nothing else. My account is like basically done. And so we were talking about this the other day, that it's like, if you take out materials that I currently cannot farm, that is all you are left with. So I have 490 bells, 346 shells, 15 divine spherical veins, 280 fairy dust, 4 spirit roots, 69 nice flaming oni hearts, and 35 crystallized lures, which is fun. Okay, so whole point is I'm not going to care too much about lures. They'll be what they'll be. So basically, there are only 6 materials I can farm. One of them will complete themselves, so I'm just going to get rid of that. Honestly, this will complete itself as well. There'll just be a node that has it, and I'll end up getting 15 from it. So 2 of the materials that I can currently farm exist in one node. I am sitting on LB6. Ordeal Call will finish shells, and I'm going to be real with you and say I'm not really that worried about 69 Flaming Oni Hearts. Chat, based off of this, since I know the shells will eventually complete themselves, all you're going to see me do is, until May, whenever I have free quest experience, or sorry, not experience, whenever I have like free AP to be able to spend on a free quest, it is going into the LB6 node. And then once I hit May, it's turning into a blue apple. Because if I keep farming, I'm done with FGO. It's not a point that I ever wanted to be at, but I have managed to out-farm the game by some miracle. Did you manage to redeem more QP from the last Lotto? Yeah, I have all. I got all the QP out of it. Cat is forced to be inefficient. Yeah. They will get an NA exclusive servant just to prove you wrong. They will not. Oh, we get blue apples in May. We get blue apples in May. It's 25 million downloads, I believe. Have you ever done collabs with other FGO content creators? Most of the time, they don't dare reach out to me. And I don't know why. A lot of the times, I think it just has to do with time slots. I'm like pretty much one of the only ones that can do it in the evening time slots. And I suspect that I don't know. I won't speak as to like why other people don't reach out to me for collab. I have reached out to a couple of people on occasion, but I kind of have stopped doing it. And it mostly has to do with every time that like a collab opportunity arises, it's always at like the worst fucking time for me. Like I've done collabs with gurus, I've done collabs with obviously my other teammates, but like honestly, outside of that, I haven't really done much. Cat is done. Quickly put out another Saberface. Oh, chat, y'all joke, but tell me which Saberface is coming out next year. It is entirely likely that I finish all of my needs next year. Draco's not until 2025 for NA. Arcuade, listen, I I joke with the Tsukihime fans enough already. Oh look, that's 2 less bells I need. Chat, you give me 5 months on this node, I ain't gonna need bells after this. Especially since the Tunguska raid actually has it. General, thank you for the 52. Number go up indeed. How you doing, buddy? Arc is just gone from all banners. Yeah. They haven't rerun Arc, they haven't rerun Draco. It's kind of wild to me what they're doing with it. Arc is female Gil SMH. What does that even mean? I can only interpret that negatively. What does that mean? Draco's the worst. No GSSR, no special GSSR. I mean, we'll see. I'm sure they'll put her on the GSSR this time, Copium. Is Arc really that good? Let me put it to you this way. If you don't think Arc is that good, then the logic for needing to roll Ibuki so that you can have someone that can cooldown reduce in the party for Arcuid also falls flat. Because that is legitimately a reason that I've heard people say to roll Summer Ibuki. And it always weirds me out. I don't understand that. People roll Ibuki just for that? No, I don't think anyone rolled Ibuki for that reason. But that is a reason that people will tell you to roll for Ibuki, which is really stupid to me. It's okay to skip both. Yes, 100%. You're perfectly fine to skip both. And I'm probably one of the only people that will tell you that. But you can absolutely get through the game without Arcuade. You can absolutely get through the game without Summer Ibuki. If you want them, roll for them. They are fantastic units. If you don't want them, you don't need to roll for them. But you guys already know how I feel on this. Like, I am somebody that is the epitome of like, hey, you don't need to roll for anybody in FGO. You can always make do. And the only times I will tell you to roll for people are basically boiling down to like, oh, they're a meta support. The meta supports are usually the only ones that I'll actually recommend you guys should probably all bust out the courts for. Otherwise, it's always very much in the eye of the beholder. Is Arc worth rolling MP1 for? I think with the fact that a lot of people will use Arc as a neutral looper, what my stated stance on a lot of neutral loopers is you kind of want MP2. And the reason being is because you're trying to kill someone with neutral damage rather than effective. NP1 often does not cut it in some of those scenarios. So a lot of the times you want to try and look at an NP2 just to help shore it up. But could you make do with an NP1 Arc? Yes, in quite a few situations. Would it be enough in like all situations? No. But an NP2 won't either. So even an NP5 won't. But what do I know? I have an NP4 Spishy as a free to play. Heathen! Heathen! Get him, chat. He doesn't have NP5. He's not a true Rensim. Copies of Salter? What about my copies of Salter? Chat doesn't want to know how many copies my NA has. And I will never show chat because it will salt them. I ran out of Saint Courts. Oh no. I will tell you this is an MP5 fish starter. I knew it. I knew someone was going to have to flex. I knew someone was going to have to flex on Peanut. The second Peanut said NP4, someone was going to have to pull out NP5. It's always a dick measuring contest. And wait, so here it comes. Someone's going to be like, well, I, as the owner of an NP5 level 100 Space Ishtar. And then someone else is going to go after that and be like, well, I, as the owner of an NP5 level 120 Space Ishtar. And it's just going to keep going. Are you a true fan if they're not MP5? You were a true fan regardless of what NP level you have. Some people just don't have the means, right? Like, it's always fun to talk about these subjects, but actually being serious for a moment, like, no, chat, just because you can't roll a higher NP level does not make you, like, somehow less of a fan. It just makes you poorer. And that's not something to necessarily flex, but it's also not something to necessarily feel ashamed about either. It's like, it's not your fault, basically, that you have a different economic situation than the person that's, like, not even choosing to play the game, but manages to roll in P5 of all units because they just want to flex. Zandro, thank you for the 36. 3 years, chat. Chop, let's compare Lalters right now. Oh, no. They're measuring, chat. But thank you for the 3 years. Wait a minute, this isn't the right turn. Can I post Twitter links in chat? I'm gonna say no unless unless you can tell me what it is. If you have Oberon and Castoria, you're all set. Pretty much. That is usually the key. Hello, Eroded. Is JP Lotto tomorrow? JP Lotto will start literally at my stream start time. It is a rare opportunity for CAD to be first. And I will squander it, chat. I just want you to know. Guy with my NP100 brains. Yeah, I think most of chat's seen that one. But I mean, like, if one of the mods gets you permission, feel free. Pulling out and comparing Lancers, oh my, yes. The Fug? The Fug what? Yeah, there's an NP50 Merlin. Like, chat, these people are always pulled out whenever someone tries to say, like, oh, NA is just as degenerate as JP. We have so many whales too. And it's like, no, you don't. No, we don't, chat. We don't. Okay? I want you to understand that. As someone that's been around this game for 6 years and have seen people on both sides of that equation, no, we don't. JP is better. Like, I don't know how to say this to you in like simple, understandable terms. They have more. That's all I'm going to say. JP, who has a city dedicated to Degen? Yeah, pretty much. It's all fun and games until the tower event, then your NP100 is as useful as a pool noodle. Listen, you say NP100 as useful as a pool noodle, okay? But I'm gonna throw that pool noodle into the pool and have it cool down faster. And then it's gonna be the most useful pool noodle it can be. It's gonna be the pool noodle that I like to canoodle with. Okay, sorry, I had to double check something right there. I thought I, like, weirdly enough, like, reposted the same art from yesterday on Twitter, and I was like, wait, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't. Don't hate on pool noodles. Listen, pool noodles are great. I can't say that word. I don't know why. Why is your looper not 2K Fode NP6120? Oh, you right. I like it. Tower events make me use my least used servants. So chat, I want to say this that because like it's gonna come up in the next 2 years a couple of times. I like tower events. I like them because I think that they highly incentivize you to like have a robust account. You want to have a well-developed wide account where everyone is level. And I think it's a good idea for the devs to run events like that every now and then in order to incentivize that. That being said, I fucking hate the last one on JP. And the reason I do has nothing to do with who's involved in it or the story or anything like that. It has everything to do with the fact that every single one of those nodes after the first 50 floors ends up being a servant. Every single enemy pretty much on every single wave ends up being a servant. And the way the game behaves, whenever a servant in a node appears to you for the first time, so let's say you have 3 servants that you're facing, okay? The game goes like, hey, I'm gonna zoom in right here on this servant. And then it goes, hey, I'm gonna zoom in right here on this servant. And then it goes, hey, I'm gonna zoom in right here on this servant. Each one of these nodes is a single floor that you do one time. Every single floor is like this. It just takes its sweet fucking time showing you every single freaking servant with a close-up. And I'm just like, oh my god, could they not have waved it for this event? I swear to god, it adds like a good like 2 hours onto the event that just didn't need to be there. Like, it is wild to me that like they left it in that way. So it just is what it is. Clam down? I'll clam you down. For Mobs War 2, they're more creative than names. Like I said, it had nothing to do with the event itself or like anything like that. It just had to do with that one design aspect of the event. I thought that was incredibly stupid of them. And it would have been fine had they just gotten rid of the zoom in at the beginning of every node. But yeah, it just added extra time to the event that didn't need to be there. It basically wasted player time, which, as far as I'm concerned, every time you get a mechanic that wastes player time purposefully like that, it's stupid. All current non-welfare servants in July with Saber Shiki. Nice. Would you try to 100% once you get everything you want? I've had people ask me that. Like, what will I do once I have hit my goals? Because, chat, you should know, I'm not someone that 999s everything, okay? Like, there are plenty of people out there that do this. I have not done that. And the reason I have not done that is I've always been the epitome of someone that's like, hey, level skills as they're worth. Like, take damage skills pretty high, take charge skills pretty high. Other skills usually are dependent on like cooldowns and, their actual usefulness. So I'm not someone that tries to 999 everything as a result of that. And I always felt like for the years that I was doing account reviews and stuff for people that like, it would have been somewhat duplicitous of me to be like, hey, yeah, only level the skill to here and here and here. And then I'm like sitting there with like all 9s across my account. Being like, yeah, you shouldn't level shit up, but I leveled all of it up. That being said, I think we are headed towards that point where if I actually do complete all of my like goals, yeah, I mean, maybe 9 is on the table for everything at that point. I don't know. It's like, it's simply a factor of like giving myself more to do in the game. I'm a content creator for the game, kind of have to have something to do in it. But that is basically the problem that I'm running into, and I think that a lot of content creators are running into at this point is FGO just is not pumping content out at the rate that it should for a live service game, especially on the JP side of things. NA is headed there eventually, and so it makes it somewhat difficult, at least on our end, to be like, hey, yeah, what do I do? Do I like pad for time and farm for shit that I don't care about? Like, it's very easy, chat, to just like come in here and take a look at my item list and be like, hey, do I actually need stuff? Like, and here's the thing, right? So like, let's take a look at this. I've had plenty of people that have said, oh, well, Cad, you only have 3,000 evil bones. That's true. I only have 3,000 evil bones. Want to know how many evil bones I've already spent, chat? Because there's this little button here that says consumed. Oh, I've already used like 5,000. So it is highly unlikely that I ever need a bone ever again. Who the fuck says only 3K? People that usually go like, oh, well, I know you need like 7K or 9K or whatever to finish a material. They'll look at that and they'll be like, oh, well, you only need so much. And it's like, yeah, chat, you can see just how many I've spent. Like, how many of y'all have already spent 500 meteor shards? Just curious. So it's like, there is a point where you're like, oh yeah, okay, crap. Like I've actually kind of done a whole lot, right? Time for you to go for NP 100, Lartoria. Listen, chat, by the time I'm done, there is not anyone that's going to have more Grail spent on saber faces than me. I got 3 right now. Take it or leave it. I'll take your 3. If you're not gonna use them, I'll take them. Damn, Cad didn't spend 1K burning on leaves yet. No, I haven't. I've only spent 200. Only spent 200 on a 5.5 map. Shit, where's my bells? Chat, I have already spent 600 bells. I'm sorry, that's disgusting. This has only been out for like not even 6 months and I've already spent 600 of it. My grounds are covered. I'm in waifu mode. Yeah. And I mean, like, chat, this is why I say, like, these are my only demands. How many I have, like, I don't know. I'd have to, like, tell you for, like, meteor shards and stuff. Where's my item list? So, currently I am sitting on 318. So, it's like, it's not like I don't have the capability of spending more, right? Like, it's just a case of, like, I probably only want to spend more if I, you know, free it up somehow if I get to such a point that I can. So 216 from Melson alone, I bet. Yes, I believe my Melson's done on it now. But 800 hearts of the gods, that's my most gold mat spent. Yeah. And chat, keep in mind, like, a lot of my units are basically at what is the equivalent of like 9x9. Where like 2 of their materials are at 9, or sorry, 2 of their skills are at 9, and like there's just like 1 skill that isn't. And then like the other thing holding me back may be that I just don't have all of their pins unlocked and stuff like that. It happens. Like it's why, like I said, I'm not really in a hurry to complete things. There's no real reason to. The game hasn't given us like that much of a reason to do it. Fair, Edison is a perfectly serviceable summer Ibuki at home. Oh, no. That is one way of putting it. I only have my Spishtar NP5 level 110, no Grail left. I see. I saw someone on JP who pulled enough Merlins and Proto Merlin copies to have them each character level, NP level, and Ascension level. I've never been more afraid. Yep. Cad pushing for NP skip again? No, I'm not really pushing for NP skip. I actually prefer that we don't ever get NP skip, and I know that's something that will salt certain people out there, but like the devs have said that they don't want to allow it. I usually side with the devs on things like that. If the devs believe that it would be harmful to their game to allow skipping like that, I kind of agree with them. Because, you know, I think it's the same argument for like automation and stuff. I think it's like, it's just going to sort of divest interest in the game. It's going to make people not care as much. They're basically just going to like get done with FGO even faster. And chat, I'm not going to lie. Like, there are some days on JP that like you log in, you go straight to the freaking like thing and you just make 3 blue apples. And then like in the evening you do your 3 runs. Or vice versa. You wake up in the morning, you do 3 runs, and then in the evening you log back in and you just make 3 blue apples. Like that's it. It like doing whatever it is that you need to do in FGO for the day basically amounts to like spending 5 minutes, not even. So it's really not that bad, especially given like the turn-based nature of the game. It's not like, oh my god, something interrupted me, now my character's dead. It's like, sweet, I get to wait. So it'd be what it'd be. $15 and weekly reset, yes. Ah, aha, just in time. I hit 9 storm pods, buy apples. Yeah, you want to make sure you're spending your apple. Like, so the logic behind it, chat, is when you get blue apples, and I have a video talking about this, it's in AP Efficiency Explained. But basically, sorry, I realized how that sounded. It's in the AP Efficiency Explained video. It sounded like I said in a efficiency. But basically, do 3 runs a day. And the reason you want to do your 3 runs a day is for this, chat. Okay? You want your daily reward. Because not only are you going to get 30 mana prisms every single day from that, but you also start getting more and more and more in the way of like daily reset tickets. So that like you get more materials from that. That allows you to basically just progress your account without actually doing much of anything. So it's a lot easier to sort of automate the farm in that regard. And it's why, like, when people argue that we need more automation in FGO, I'm like, I don't really think you do. They already give out so much crap for free in this game. It's wild that, like, people still keep asking for more, honestly. Do we know the next chance to make more CE bombs on NA? Should be New Year's. You should get a 2 times success rate at New Year's. The only time you get 3 times is at anniversary. Hello, Ice. I still want auto C selection for making C bombs. Yeah, I'm talking about like automation in terms of like gameplay. I don't view menu hell as automation or gameplay in that regard. My Mellison rolls for were terrible, but I got less. Oh, but at least I got my first case code. Nice. Oh, Super Black Grail is going to be great for you. I highly recommend. Okay, so and so that we're clear here, not to be like a pedantic asshole, but like because I know like newer players won't understand this. When we say Super Black Grail, it's not the same thing as MLB Black Grail. MLB Black Grail is a max limit broken Black Grail. A Super Black Grail is a max limit broken Black Grail leveled up to 100. So the logic there, and it's the same thing with a Super Scope, right? Super Scope, Super Black Grail, they're meant to denote that you have leveled it to 100 and you have the max attack power out of it. So that, like, it's basically limiting the CE from any sort of, like, issue. Because it's saying, like, well, I have the most I can get out of the CE. Yep. That's, you'll also hear me use the same terminology from basically derivative of that when I start referring to, like, Lartoria as a Super Lartoria on my account. Right? Because she's not just in P5. She's in P5, she's 120, she basically is ranked 10 on everything. She has well actually she doesn't have all of her faux pas prints yet. That's the only thing that she lacks, but she does have gold foes. In that regard, Bunny is a super bunny. She has max everything. Even the faux pas. So you can see that right here. The little golden icons underneath each one of them. So that is a true super. I think you're well within calling a unit super, though, without faux pas. Do we know when the next half cost strengthening is? I do not know off the top of my head. Every gacha game has to come at you for the minimum investment of time each day. Yep. Yep. Like I said, I think that's basically the whole reason people want autoplay and FGO is usually from people that juggle multiple gacha games. Indeed would. Faux pas? Oh no. So I absolutely played on that when I made the video on it, Flair. I called it a faux pas. I said you didn't want to commit a faux pas with your faux pas. Usually think people call 120 hyper and 100 2K super. That's just weird. Look, it doesn't matter. Usually you don't need any sort of demarcation of indication. It's just that the bar's been kind of moved due to 120. The real point in that, like I said back in the day, was for denoting CEs that were basically not capped versus Cs that were. So it's like a lot of people had MLBs of Cs, not a lot of people had a super variant of it. And that's usually boils down to the fact that a lot of people don't actually level their CEs in this game. Actually, I'd be very curious. Let me actually do a poll here real quick, because I assume that my chat will be better than others. All right, chat. Poll's active. Go. I was gonna say, like I said, usually people on Twitch, usually people watching me, especially because I do so much on the education side of things for FGO. Usually, you guys are better players compared to like your casual that's just out there like maybe never leveling a CE. It actually has gotten to such a point that the JP devs had to implement a mission at one point. I think it's coming up in this next year, but it was like a milestone for level 100ing a CE. And I still remember when it came out because a bunch more people started watching the CE bomb guide as a result of it. Do we already have it? Okay, good. I have 6 at level 100 now, I think. Yeah. All right, 92% of you said yes. The other 8%, if you need to understand what a CE bomb is, I have a video for that. It is the most efficient way to level your CEs. In fact, I think you can literally type an exclamation point CE bomb on the channel and it'll show up. At least on the Twitch side of things. YouTube side of things, people, I don't think you have that, but you're already on YouTube, so you can find the video faster. 8% getting banned right now? No. Like I said, it's just I expect there's a very high percentile of players on my channel that know how to do stuff like that. Other channels, other like communities, no community at all, I expect the number starts sinking lower and lower. That's how I found your channel, through the CE bomb video. Good. Good. That is still one of my best videos to date. I'd have to look at the numbers on it, but I think it's still like one of my highest viewed.
Taigong guy.
Let me see. Yeah, it's 90,000. So like, it be doing work. I almost clicked the video on that on that first CE bomb method because that shit takes way too much time. Listen. I understand, and that is exactly why I put the second one in there. Because the first one is like the old school way. Everyone used to do that way. And then we realized, like, that shit ain't worth. Like, it just takes way too long. It's way too tedious. So a lot of people had been like trying to come up with a better way, and once we realized that, the community really just like went with that one. Then I found you on Twitch. Nice. I remember vividly saying, fuck that. Yeah, I believe it. All right, chat. Oh my God, why do I have so many videos? No, we're not gonna open that one. Sorry, I'm just closing shit here. Ah, here you go. Excellent. Yeah, then that's the other one. I don't know why that's loading so slow. Doggo's living in the life, yes. That moment when you're doing FP to make some CE bombs ready and you pull Artoria Lily, yeah. Well, I mean, and I think too, the whole reason that the CE bomb video is like this, like, and I'm gonna say this, chat. Do I strike you as the fastest content creator in the Wild West? Like, my videos are not fast. I need to get them faster. But like, a lot of why they are not is I'm very thorough with explaining things. I try to explain things in multiple ways so that people understand them. Okay? That way there's no confusion. So the whole reason that I go through the like CE bomb structure in like the old way and then the new way is so that you understand why we do CE bombs a little bit better. It's 100% a like, hey, yeah, the old way, like, it makes sense when you think about it, just takes super long. And then you go like, oh, okay, the new way is not that bad. Like, when you actually look at it and you actually consider it, it's only through seeing both strategies that you immediately go, oh, fuck that, I'm going to do the new way. Whereas if I tried to tell you the new way and then I told you there was a like more efficient way, you might be like, oh, well, what's that? And it's like, do you really want to do it? I don't really think you do. Okay. So, chat. That is a Weisugi Kenshin. I like how I typed in Taig and it didn't type. Well, I guess the first hit was Taiga. It was Jaguar Man. Okay, so we got Taigong Wang. The Grand Raider. You enable us to think for ourselves, not just say, hey, do this because OP. So, what if I told you that is my ultimate failing as a content creator? That over the years, because I tell you guys all of my sources, I explain to you how I know what I know, I tell you why you want to do things, and I help you to understand that. And that has caused numerous people to take advantage of me and no longer watch me. Ugh. Is there someone that could take the place of Caster Tamamo? The problem is you need someone to amplify damage that much. You probably can get away with like Oberon, but you'd have to double check that. Okay, so we want. Making Smooth Brain hurt no good, Cad bad man. It's more just like over the years, right? Like, and why I say that is like I've had people that basically go like, "Oh, well, you were making guide content that I cared about, and like, I started FGO by finding your channel. It's like, but now you're not making the content I care about." Like, okay. And a lot of it just always like whenever I hear stuff like that, it just strikes me as the like, well, you taught me everything I know, Cad. Now I don't need you anymore. And it's like I guess, right? Like I have no right to object to something like that. I can't hold you guys here and make you guys watch me. But it's one of those things where it's just like I would have been better off not hearing that. It doesn't exactly make me enthusiastic or want to like produce content when I hear shit like that. It also makes you want to be like more selfish with it, which I think that's how I've always started as a content creator. Is I don't want to be selfish. I saw a lot of selfish content creators in FGO over the years, and like I, a lot of where I started like rising into any sort of prominence within the community was like by shedding light on a lot of things. You're an excellent master, but I'm a Padawan no longer. Yeah, that is Woody on the "I don't want to play with you anymore" meme, right? Yeah, just double checking some stuff here. An interesting choice of CE, Avalon. I know why you did, but like I don't know that I'm gonna say that one out loud. Okay, yeah, I think I'll pull that one out then. Sorry, chat. Just give me 1 second here. Whoa, what? Oh, because it's MP5. Okay. I was about to be like, huh? Oh. Wow. That true? Oof. Okay. All right. I had to do some mental work there, chat. We're gonna show this one. I'm just gonna have points to make. Hey, baby. Let's go. Got all the info you need? Yeah. Okay, we are on the right screen. All right, chat, you guys know the drill. I will be recording. Gotcha. Gotcha. The Grand Wong review, yes. Okay. Oh yeah, let me double check one thing here real quick. Uh-huh. Wait, I could have sworn it was. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Hey guys, my name's Khadroth, and today I'm going to be talking to you about Taiko Bo, aka Taigong Wang. So, Wang, as we'll call him to make this easier if you can sit through the video this way, is basically a unit that I think a lot of people on NA are sleeping on. He's been a unit that ever since he came out on JP, he was somewhat slept on by a lot of people there, too. You haven't heard a lot of hype about this guy. The reality is, he's actually really darn good in the right set of circumstances. Now, I want you to understand that I'm not going to try to convince you to roll for him so much as just to make the case for him, for why you should pay attention to him and what you should know about him, even should you not roll him, so that you at least understand how to use him if you have the opportunity to do so. So, Taigong Wang is a permanent unit, like his counterpart, Dobrynya, in the banner. The issue with this is that a lot of people are either going to probably convince themselves to roll the banner for the CEs for Tunguska, or they will just say, no, I'm not going to, because he's permanent. He'll eventually spook me, and it is what it is. And there's nothing wrong with that approach other than the fact that the more free to play of a player you are, the less likely you are to ever actually get spooked by one of a number of units that are permanently available in the roster. So the odds of you getting spooked by the exact one you want, usually not very high, especially if you don't do a lot of rolling. Taigong Wang is still a very serviceable and good AoE writer. And again, there's a lot of analogs that we can draw to him for his performance, but he does certain things that no other writer really will do. And we're going to talk about that as we get in. To start off with, again, you already heard me talk about his permanent status here, but obviously he is going to be available on later banners, so you will have other opportunities to roll him. So again, he's not a unit that you necessarily have to have right away out of the gate. Also, again, like I said, don't feel pressured to have to feel the need to get the CEs from Tunguska. They are nice, but they are also not really required to be able to do the raids, nor are they really that good outside of the raids. The 5-star CE is pretty decent, but it's pretty much the only one. Now, talking about his kit overall here, you guys can see he has 11.6k attack. This is neither like one of the highest attacks amongst all units in the game, nor is it particularly that low either for a 5-star. It's just kind of right there in the middle, so nothing too bad. Again, he has about 13.5k HP here. This is a little bit on the lower side, but still not super concerning because Taigong Wang does have some stuff in his kit to help out for this. And again, you can see he is Earth attribute. He has really high star absorption, even higher than average. And this is because he is a rider, but also I assume it's because he's quick and they just really want him to soak some of those stars. He has 9.1 star generation rate. Again, not going to be really concerned about this given the fact that he is quick. And he does have a 0.6 in P-charge attack. This may seem low to you guys. This is actually pretty much right on the money for average. It's nothing too crazy, nor is it bad, and he does actually have quite a bit in his kit to help out with his whole MP gain rate situation. His MP charge defense is 3%. This is your standard amount. It's the amount you get per hit per attack. And his death rate is 25%, which is also right smack in the middle. So really nothing too much here from his stats actually jumping out off the page. His alignment is neutral good, he is male gendered, and he is Hominidae servant. He's humanoid, immune to pigify, loved one, which is the Brynhilder's beloved trait, riding servant, 7-night servant, and weak to Enema Elish. So again, definitely some traits here that you could exploit, but really not a whole lot. The big ones are probably going to end up being humanoid, riding, and obviously the loved one. And then, yes, even any sort of servant buff. His deck here is actually going to end up being a singular buster card with 2 arts, 2 quick. This is not normally what I would expect from a rider, but it is, again, a nice one to have. It just means that he'll have a good time generating Noble Phantasm from his actual cards, so nothing too bad there. He's also got a 4-hit quick, which is going to make the performance of his quick cards above average, on top of the fact that he's already a quick-centric unit, so definitely not a bad combination there. And even then, the rest of his hit counts are all exactly right on average, so realistically speaking, his NP gain should actually be pretty solid. For his first active skill here, he gets party quick performance of 3 turns. It's basically only going to be 15%. So I think this is where a lot of people look at him and they just go like, he's not that good. I don't really care. He's not really got a whole lot in the way of steroids. Well, keep in mind, he also ends up having party attack by 15% for 3 turns as well, and party's NP damage for 3 turns by 15%. So he actually has a whopping 45% of steroids here. And if the unit isn't quick, it's 30% steroids for the rest of the party. If they are quick, it's also 45 for them too. So this is the big thing that I think a lot of people are missing with Taigong Wang, is they look at him only from a single target and not single target, but only from a single damage dealer and looper type perspective. But the reality is, not only can he be that, but he can also be someone that ends up helping power someone else in the party to getting a kill for the sake of like wave clear or something like that. So he can definitely be a really good unit for helping out not just himself, but another damage dealer. And that's where I think a lot of people are kind of missing that, or they just don't think he's going to be that impactful in that area. Again, this is on a 7-turn cooldown, so it's fairly long, but understandable since it's all party-wide. His second skill here is going to seal all enemies' skills for 1 turn. It's the shortest duration that he has basically in his kit at 1 turn. Definitely nice to have skill seal, but really that's probably not going to be the majority of the reason why you will use this skill. The reason you're probably going to use it is going to be for both of these power mods that he has here. They are each an increase to divine and demonic enemies for 3 turns by up to 50% each. So again, these can basically stack. It does not have to be one or the other. It can be divine, demonic, or divine and demonic. And if you're thinking, well, those two are opposites, there'd be nothing out there that could be that, you'd be wrong. There are things out there in the game that are divine and demonic. Not a whole lot, but yes, it is entirely possible that Taigong Wang can double dip on this. So again, it's definitely useful to have because there's a lot of like wide openness in both of these niches. There are plenty of divine servants out there and several divine enemies, and there are tons of demonic enemies and a few demonic servants out there as well. So there's just a ton of units that this is going to be applicable to for Taigong Wang to just get extra damage from. This is all going to be on a 6-turn cooldown, and again, the fact that it's that 3-turn duration means we're keeping it throughout a 3-turn loop should we need. His third skill here is going to be the ability to charge his own NP gauge by up to 30%, and then charge the party's NP gauge by 20%. So this is 50% charge for him, and basically 20% charge for everybody else in the party. Yes, you heard that right. This is basically like Waver. This is the same amount of party charge that Waver provides to the party. The only difference between him and Waver is that this isn't an offensive skill or a defensive skill in any capacity, but what it is it ends up being a charge for himself. So where Waver would, in the majority of circumstances, want to charge another unit, Taigong Wang probably wants to charge himself since he has a decently hard-hitting offensive AoE NP. That's going to be to his benefit then. So you have a little bit of a restriction in the fact that the 50% charge is just for himself, but the fact that he can charge the rest of the party, and as you already saw based off his first skill, can increase the party's quick and attack and NP damage as well, is just going to make it easier for your supports to get to their NPs, for your other damage dealers to get to their NPs, and certainly to hit harder when the other damage dealer gets to their NP as well. So he's a really solid unit, not just for his own performance, but also for someone else's. This is all going to be on a 6-turn cooldown. He does end up having Riding A+ as his only passive, increasing his own quick performance by an 11% amount here, which is going to help out his 2 4-hit quick cards on top of how good they already are. So definitely a nice passive for him to get. His append skills, I'm highly going to recommend going with mana loading first. This, to me, just is the easy recommendation because he is going to be someone that, as a quick unit, refund's not going to be the most amazing thing you've ever seen. Any amount of free charge you can get, you're going to want to take advantage of. So having his mana loading unlocked and potentially capped out will probably save you some easy charge skills in the future being used either on him or, again, being able to be deferred to a later turn to help him out with his loop. His third append here is Anti-Foreigner attack damage aptitude. Again, he has that Anti-Demonic, Anti-Divine. There's certainly some cases that this could apply, but otherwise I'm going to say this is probably not the best of things, and usually it's best left for your last use for your append skills. That's going to make his extra attack finesse then the second one you would want to go for, assuming you have the coins. Again, he is a permanent unit. It's possible that you could end up with a lot over time, but it's also entirely possible that you just are starved for coins and don't end up with any. His Noble Phantasm ends up being a 6-hit AoE quick NP, as we already talked about. That's going to be pretty nice for him just in terms of the fact that this is relatively higher hit count than, say, a lot of our arts AoE NPs are, but certainly not all of them. And again, I think you're going to see with his NP gain rate, with his charge, it's not that bad, and you're actually going to be able to make do. In fact, there are some quick units that he will just outright loot better than, and that's kind of the interesting thing to me. He's going to deal damage to all enemies with his NP, and then from there, he's going to deal 150% extra damage to divinity enemies. This is a super effective modifier because, again, it doesn't have a multi-turn duration and it is a contingent part of the NP. So, again, if you're up against a divine enemy, not only is he going to have a power mod, he's also going to be super effective against them. And those two will stack multiplicatively. So he gets a really hard-hitting AoE NP that basically will amount to single target damage numbers against divine enemies. Definitely going to be something that you're going to want to pay attention to in his case. And he still has at least the 50% power mod against demonic enemies on top of that. His overcharge effect is going to reduce their quick resistance for 3 turns. Unfortunately, this doesn't activate before damage, but it does mean that if you're looping against the same set of enemies or against the same boss, you are going to be able to stack this as it is a multi-turn duration, and it is a decent amount at 20%. So this is not only going to enhance the amount of damage this NP is doing on subsequent NPs, but this is also going to increase the refund and the star generation as well. So definitely a nice thing if you can manage to get the stack and keep hitting the same number of enemies over and over again. Again, Taigong Wang is not a bad unit in terms of his kit. I think a lot of people have just looked at it and kind of determined that it was not that good, but the reality was it was a lot better than I think they even realized without using him. So as a result, let's talk refund numbers. Again, with a unit like Taigong, you pretty much know that he's quick, he's AoE, his refund probably not going to be the best. If we're managing it with 2 times original Scotties against 3 casters, you're looking at basically with 1 hit of overkill against each, which is the amount you need to assume in order to assume a kill. You're looking at about 31.73% refund against 3 casters. If we switch this to Summer Scotty, though, this gets jumped up to about 35.94, aka about 36, because you can pretty much round that up. The issue from there, though, is going to be that you're not quite at that next breakpoint. The good news is, again, that's just 3 out of 18 overkill hits. It is certainly possible with 6 hit NPs that you could potentially get to, like, say, that second or that third hit for extra overkill means. Wouldn't be the easiest, but certainly against an opening wave, it may be possible to get even more refund to help that sort of thing out. But again, it really just depends as to what you're doing. You would basically, in that sort of scenario against 3 casters, need all 18 hits to be overkills, which is nigh impossible, in order to reach a 50% charge refund on him. So that's not likely to happen, but certainly getting to 40%, something like that, where it's a decent break-even number, would be potentially possible at a lower amount. So not the most impossible thing. If you manage to actually run him with triple Scotty, so that'd be 2 times Summer Scotty with 1 of the original Scotties, then you only need 9 out of 18 hits to reach a 50% margin. So that one's a little bit more possible. That one's going to be at 49.57% at basically the 9 out of 18 overkill hits. The issue here, though, is going to be that sort of thing that we're going to run into in the future, where once we get Summer Scotty into the game, the question will be, who do you use for your third support? OG Scotty, or do you use someone like Oberon, someone like Nero Bride? And this is going to depend entirely on the situation that you're facing, who the unit is, and again, maybe the traits at play and stuff like that. A lot of it will boil down to whatever their baked-in refund is, as well as potentially how much overkill they can get. So it really just depends. I don't have a solid answer for you on that. It is just going to come down to a little bit of trial and error in those situations. And we can mock those situations up, but I don't want to bore you to death with kind of going over each one of those scenarios. As for what you're going to look for in a 3-turn with Taigong Wang, I can briefly talk about that. That essentially, there are going to be scenarios where you're going to want to start him with a 50% CE. This is going to be scenarios where you don't really like his refund potential. Maybe it's against a neutral set of enemies. Maybe it's against, not that many where it's like only 2 instead of 3 enemies. It just depends. But having a little bit of extra charge there can certainly work out. There's also going to be scenarios where you can start him from 0. This is going to be your Black Grail scenarios. This is usually going to be against 3 set caster waves where you know his refund will be at its best. And again, you maybe have unlocked his mana loading. You're maybe using something like Double Summer Scotty with a Nero Bride. Now again, on an A here with Taigong coming out, we don't have Summer Scotty yet. So keep in mind, trying to 3-turn from 0, a little bit more precarious in those sorts of situations. But it just is what it is. If you can manage to hit the overkill ranks, it could be possible. And then there is actually the possibility of starting at 100% charge, which will probably make a lot of people go, well, why would I want to do that? You're using a 100% CE. You're not getting any sort of offensive firepower from that other than the attack stat of the CE. Well, that could be a scenario where you only want to run 2 supports. That is to say, you can run Taigong Wang in a scenario where you only have to use 2 supports, and then it's not just a plug suit all the time. I think that's the big thing that a lot of people fear with our quick units is having to just always use plug suit, but not every quick unit has to. Remember, Taigong Wang has that 50% charge on the back end of his 3rd skill here that he's just going to be able to just pop when necessary in order to help fill in the gap from a turn where he maybe didn't get enough. And again, this could be used in a way to also charge someone else, so it just depends. Maybe you have Taigong Wang take out 2 out of 3 ways and have someone else maybe take out like a single enemy wave in the middle, like a Kama or someone like that, to basically just help it along. And maybe Taigong Wang ends up helping out with that unit's charge as well. It really just depends on the situation you're facing, like I said. But again, to talk with you about some of the options for craft essences, I think something like Black Grail then is going to be obviously the ideal for a 0% charge. Again, there are some other ones out there that can give quick up, like one of the old Valentine CEs that gives quick up and NP gain. That can be certainly useful if you manage to end up having it. It's the one that has comma on it. I forget the name off the top of my head. But basically, that would be a decent segue if you found that you were just ever so slightly out of enough charge to be able to start with Black Grail. That is to say, maybe you couldn't quite get the amount of refund that you wanted. But still, either that or Black Grail could certainly work for you. Black Grail is obviously going to make a lot more overkill possible due to the sheer power of the craft essence. Doesn't have to be MLB in all the scenarios or anything like that. Just even a normal singular copy is a lot of firepower. So if you want to start with something like a 50% C, we definitely have an old school Lotto C here like Traces of Christmas. This one was a welfare, but maybe not everyone's new enough to have had it. This one is going to be all attack scaling. It's going to start out with 50% gauge in MLB, quick up of 10%, and NP gen of 10%, which can definitely help out. And then certainly a more recent one would have been Like a Lady from the Lotto that NA just had. This one, obviously the healing receives, not going to be that big unless you're in a challenge quest. But again, it is going to be 2k attack scaling, starting charge of 50%, and NP generation rate of 20%. So no extra firepower added to this one, but if you really need that NP gain, it's certainly there. And then again, if you're starting out with a 100% C, like we said, K-Scope, obviously going to be your best option. So the scenarios that you're going to find yourself in is usually going to be that Black Grail, and any sort of 50% C are going to kind of want plug suit. You're going to want some sort of variant of that, as we will have a new one coming out here with the Tunguska epilogue. But again, that's what it's basically to boil down to, is needing to have 3 supports in order to operate with the CEs. But if you want to try Kaleidoscope, you can do something like Double Summer Scotty and Fragment of 2004 with his 50% charge skill. Should give him enough refund / charge to kind of make do with the rest of it, since the double Scotties will each be providing 50% themselves. So, like I said, there are going to be some scenarios where you can get away with not having to use the 3rd support. With regards to a 50% C that can provide some damage output, Holy Night Supper is our old school one that I can really recommend. There are some quick ones, but they're either not all attack scaling, or they're a lot rarer at this point in the time in the game. JP just had Holy Night Supper come back as part of their Mana Prism shop. NA, you haven't seen this CE in a long time. So what you can use in replacement for a CE like this would be something like Ocean Flyer, or even potentially something like Cranking coming out next year. Either of those two CEs should work if your whole goal is to start from 50% charge and get more firepower, as both of them will have the 15% extra NP damage that, if Oberon is your third support, can scale with his skill. So certainly a nice setup for him. So let's talk about damage then. Taigong Wang is not going to be your top damage dealer for just normal damage output. We've obviously got units like Iskandar and Ivan the Terrible that are a little bit higher. Remember, this NP damage list is neutral numbers. It's not taking into effect class effectiveness, nor is it necessarily going to take into effect any sort of CEs, mystic codes, or external support. It's only the unit under their own power in a neutral damage scenario. That being said, Taigong Wang certainly isn't a slouch. He's coming in right here behind Europa for just neutral damage, but you can see that over here, basically at NP1, you end up having Divine, Demonic, or both, and there the damage scaling gets a little bit better. The reason the Demonic numbers are lower than the Divine numbers is because, if you remember, both have a 50% power mod, but the Divine numbers end up having a super effective modifier on top. So again, there's quite a bit of firepower there, and you can see 50k is a very respectable single target number at this point of the game. So certainly, again, if you're up against the divine enemy, Taigong Wang is going to just absolutely scale the crap out of that to basically help you to punch above your weight. So, and this is just in P1s. Obviously, the scaling can get kind of ridiculous. We actually shuffle on over. You can see basically here that Divine and Demonic are still pretty darn respectable at that point. And then certainly the combination of both is over 108k neutral damage. So basically times 2 the numbers if you want to see something actually effective, and it's kind of nasty at that point. But with regards to actual numbers in an actual comp, this is where, again, I like to tell you these numbers to give you some perspective. The issue at play here is going to be that Taigong, without any of his niches at play, will probably come in under NP1 of most of our other SSR writers in their best comp. But again, there's certainly the option of getting multiple NP levels of him since he's a permanent unit, and obviously he's got quite an applicable niche to kind of come into play with Demonic and Divine here. So certainly if you can find those scenarios, his damage scales quite a bit. And to give you an idea of this, just at NP1, essentially against a normal enemy where there's no niche, wave basically with 2x Summer Scotty, Oberon, and a, let's say, like Ocean Flyer or Cranking, again, just assuming a nice welfare C for you guys to have. He's going to come in on wave 1 at about 83k. Wave 2, he'd be at about 102k. And wave 3, he'd be at about 188k in that sort of 3-turn scenario. But this isn't assuming any of the actual niches. So if it's Demonic, that's going to be 115. If it's, on wave 2, it's going to end up being 134. And then on wave 3, it's going to be 224. So the numbers are getting a lot more respective with even one niche in play. And in fact, since this is the weaker of his 2 niches, I can just flat out say that this 224k on wave 3 is going to be pretty much on par with most of our other AoE writers at NP1 in their best comp, and better than a lot of them, in fact. So if we start to say, at least here at this point, he's competitive, then obviously if we start to look at Divine, it gets even more disgusting, as you'll be staring down 173k basically on the first wave, 202k on the second wave, and 336k on the final wave. So that is going to beat the pants off of most of our other AoE writers that don't have a niche at all. If they have a niche, this can definitely rival in certain circumstances. I think the big thing that we're going to be judging a lot of our AoE writers going forward, though, is how they perform against Khadroth. Khadroth's obviously going to be a unit that you can sit here and kind of pump crazy numbers like this out in her best scenario. So that's going to be the issue that you're going to run into, is how does Taigong Wang stack up against her? And the reality for this is going to be that Khadroth actually has some pretty darn good numbers. Assuming you have NP5 of her, which is certainly possible over time, though many of you won't necessarily have it, you'd be looking at 140k in her best comp on turn 1, 160k on turn 2, but then a massive spike to 321k. And this is just because she's able to touch that Black Grail. The numbers I were telling you for Taigong Wang there were not Black Grail numbers. So, with that in mind, if we switch this to something that we maybe can start with Black Grail, which is going to be a 2-time Summer Scotty and Nero Bride comp, Taigong Wang's numbers end up looking like this, and I'll call it normal, call it demonic, and then call it divine. Okay? So normal basically for NP1 with a Black Grail in this setup is going to be 161k. Basically 161k wave 2. And then wave 3 is going to be 196k. So certainly a lot better. Second, he gets to touch Black Grail, but that's still no niche applied. Second, we get to demonic, it becomes 203 for the first 2 waves here. And then 242k. Already this is beginning to exceed most other riders. And then with divine in play here now, it's 304k, which again, these numbers are a lot better, but obviously, usually in earlier waves, you're not necessarily going to get demonic or divine in play. It's probably going to be the final enemy that you're going up against. So it really just depends on what you're trying to do. And then the final number here will be 363k. But remember, this isn't an Oberon comp. So the second he gets to touch Black Grail at NP1 against the divine enemy, he's going to win. Second, we actually managed to work in something like Oberon. It might be unlikely that we're able to start in at at 0% charge. But if we can manage to make it work because we're maybe in a challenge comp or something like that, the damage numbers should be there. So the thing I want you to focus on more than anything with Taigong Wang is not, is he better than Khadroth? It's where can we use him in scenarios to make him more effective? Because I think if you can, you'll notice that he's actually a very solid unit. Khadroth's going to end up being somewhat selfish in that regard. She does have some support applicability to being able to kill herself and rotate the party, but otherwise, if you're trying to 3-turn with her, she's just going to kind of be pretty straightforward. Whereas a unit like Taigong Wang is going to have that niche applicability as well as having party charge and other stuff. I'm not saying that Khadroth's devoid of any sort of helpfulness. I'm just trying to point out and make a case for why Taigong Wang can actually be super useful. And again, having another unit in the party that can charge can also be good as sort of a backline protection option if things start going south for you. So let's say you're up against the nasty caster boss, all of a sudden having Taigong Wang in the back line might actually be to your benefit. So it really just depends what you're trying to do. And again, I do recommend at least trying him out once he's out on release. You don't necessarily, like I said, have to roll for him. Just don't sleep on him because he's not bad by any stretch of the imagination. Anyways, let me know what you guys think down below. I'll be curious to hear your thoughts. Which one of his ascensions is your favorite? And will you be rolling for him? Or are you just going to sort of wait and leave it up to fate to determine? I will see you guys for the next video. Good luck in Tunguska and on the JP Lotto, and have a good one. Okay. His skills are really meh, though? His skills are really not meh. His skills are actually, like, the best part about his kit. They are his saving grace. Because, again, that ability to be able to charge the entire party and himself, the ability to be able to enhance the entire party, I think that's really where it is. The skill seal is his only survivability. I think that's his biggest demerit at this point. But still, it is what it is. Oh, he wasn't talking about Wing. Okay, I'm sorry. I got you. I mean, you say this, but if a Skandar even had 10% charge, our entire opinion of a Skandar would change. Completely. Like, it would just go to like, oh my god, that man has triple steroid? That's freaking nuts. How did he get so much? Why did they give him so much? Like, don't ban me, Cat. I don't ban people over disagreements. I feel like chat should know this by now. I ban rude people. I ban assholes, but I don't ban people over disagreement. I'm looking for the Ranmari Mori X re-release campaign, and I can't find it. Where is it? Wait, which one? You're talking about Mori Berserker, right? Or are you talking about Ranmaru? Like with the Evocation Festival? Give them a few months, Cad. They'll give a Skandar charge. We've waited a long time. Long have we waited, General. Avenger Welfare? Yeah, she has not come back. Her event hasn't had a rerun, and she has not appeared in the Evocation Festival yet. Skinner lost his chance with the banner he just had recently. I know. Like I said, you guys know my stance on this. I don't see the loss in enhancing some of your units at this point, right? We could sit here and we can compare Taigong Wang to a unit like Habitrot all we want, and the reason I have to do this is because what is on the tip of everyone's tongue? Like, the second I start to talk about any AoE writer, everyone's gonna be like, yeah, but Habitrot. But what if I just have Habitrot? Why should I roll this? And if you think it's bad with Habitrot, imagine how JP will start to get with the Evocation Festival. I'm going to make a bold statement right now that people will not like me for. Due to the Evocation Festival and the fact that they are giving you free units that are pseudo 5 stars, right? Because you get gifted all 5 copies. The devs really need to look hard at the value of the 5 stars that are competing with those. And they need to bump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers. Okay? I'm sorry. They're not going to have a good time getting people to try and roll for units that compete with their welfares when their SSRs are not beating them. I think that's going to be the problem. People just go oh, wait. I haven't rolled them yet. I'll wait. Maybe they'll get better. I'll wait. That's usually how people go. So it's I'm not saying to make the welfares worse. I'm just saying they should probably try to make their SSRs at least better than their welfares. Because let's be real, chat. There are plenty who aren't. They buffed some too. I mean, let's be fair to that. There's definitely some welfares that needed some buffs, right? I think that's also been a point of contention for people for years. For the longest time, Ryder, Toki, and Ushi were competing with single target 5-star riders. They still are. There's only one who isn't. And his name is Ozzy. Ozzy is the only one at this point that's kind of broken that. Don't get me wrong, and I've talked about this before. A lot of people will sit here and they'll be like, "Oh, but Cad, Ushi be better than what the heck did I do? What the heck did I do, chat? Oh, I turned off single target. No, where is it? There we go. Okay. So a lot of people will be like, "Oh man, Kentoki and Ushi just better than everybody else because we're sitting here with our NP5, right? We got 56k right here, we got 55k right here, and they're like, man, they're so much better than our 5 stars because our 5 stars are sitting right here." Okay? Do you want to know the issue with this? Kentoki can get back to another NP. Kentoki's pretty good. Most people didn't have him that whole time, though. Like, there's a period in time, chat, where, like, Kentucky hadn't reappeared in, like, 6-7 years. People just didn't have him anymore. Ushi? How many of y'all tried to loop Ushi? How many of y'all tried to get another NP out of that girl? It's not easy, let me tell you. Like, I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm saying you need full charge, you need all of her buffs lined up, and you basically need double crits. That's the only way, okay? Yeah, she's got a crit on the back end of the NP or you ain't looping her. So, now, I can make the same argument about a unit like Made Alter, okay? And a lot of people be like, oh, well, Cad, Ushi out damages Made Alter. And I'd say only if you're an idiot. And here's why. If you actually have the time for the wind-up, there is no reason not to do it. Because that is damn strong. Okay? Like, I can't tell you how many times I've been like, oops, tee-hee, I killed it with my reloaded Made Alter. And I'm sure chat's thinking, oh, well, Cad's, like level 100 NP5 Made Alter. No, my NP1 level 90 JP Made Alter for years. I still did reloaded memes and I still shat on things. I was like, damn, that still hits way harder than it has any business doing. So, like I said, I think they definitely got to do some stuff because I do agree, like, that sort of mentality kind of toxic. That, like, oh man, we got our 3-star and our 3-star is outperforming our 5-star. And it's like, yeah, if we only look at damage, we can sit here and say our 3-star is outperforming our 5-star, right? The second we start actually using the units, it starts to become pretty clear that it's like, all right, your 5-stars got way more health, they got more attack power, they usually have better card performance, and they just start, like, shitting on things. So a lot of it is like the proof is kind of in the pudding, and like inevitably you're talking to like the one dude out there that's like, oh bro, but like I stand Ushi and I got like, like level 100 Ushi, okay? And I'm not insulting you if you do, just that like, please understand, if you're that guy with the level 100 Ushi, it's not the same as like the next dude's level 70 Ushi, okay? Those two things are not the same. And I've talked about that numerous times before, right? Like, I've seen people all the time that'll be like, oh, so-and-so cleared it using this. And I'm like, okay, cool, chat. Do you have, like, gold foed, grail fucking 3-star? If you don't, odds are you're not doing that. Could you? Yes, you absolutely can. And that's, I think, the thing. But I think this is something that I talk about all the time with you guys is that, like, please understand, you should never feel like you have to grail or gold foe someone to like get through a fight, okay? Like, you grail and you gold foe people you like. And if you like the like gameplay side of things and going after like min-maxing stuff, be my guest. But I'm never going to tell you who to grail or who to gold foe. Although you should definitely grail and gold foe your Saberface. But I'm saying that in a completely biased tone, so I hope you guys understand that. Yeah, like in actuality, I will never actually tell you who to grail. It's always up to you. Who you like is who you should like. And chat, I've told this to Avalon, right? Like for years, we operated the Lotto guides from a standpoint of, I will refuse to show you a comp that works with grails, knowing full well that it would like put pressure on people that couldn't do the node otherwise, to be like, but if I just grail them, I can do it. And I'm like, I don't want to ever pressure anyone to feel the need that they have to grail just to be able to do a node efficiently, right? Like, it's not even that they can't do the node, they just to do it efficiently. That was our logic for years. It's like, don't ever, make it seem like someone needs to do that. That way they can make their own choice and kind of do what they want to do. Oh, Grailcaster, in your honor, thank you. I appreciate you. Just make sure you make her at least this good. Okay? At least this good. Okay? And like, if we're gonna add to it while we're at it, also 2K gold faux her. You know, for like when you got a card with her in like a Grail front or something. You know, I might. Honestly, she's kind of disgusting in Grail fronts because of stuff like that, but. Also, don't forget faux pas. That's a good point. Chat, let's be real. Like, if you are not buying the faux pas out of the rare prism shop every day, which by the way reset. Like, chat, I'm sorry. Like, by the time JP releases that huge horde of like materials that they did, you will still not be done with your second unit. So like, sorry, I boxed the wrong two. So that one's done for me. I'm now working on this one. By the time we get that huge horde of faux pas, I still won't be done with this one. Cat just wants to show up on the top of my list. Damn it, they figured me out. It's all a massive ploy. Like, chat hasn't even realized. I clearly don't even like the saber faces. This is just totally all for FP. Because I know that other people like the saber faces. And that's exactly why I also bought this, like, fantastic Ichiban Kuji of Lartoria, is just to convince you of that. Like, I've doubled down. I've gone so deep in that I now actually believe the lie myself. And I now love her. Playing the long con. I'm like a pretender. I've long conned myself for so long, I now believe it. Pretender Cat, yes. Pretender Cat still loves saber faces. He just got to it from a different way. Circle complete, mission accomplished, exactly. What's a good way to burn QP when I have most of my servants at 999? Oh, you fucked. I know that pain, Wilson. Aside from grailing past 100 due to lack of grails and coins, so faux pas, command code keys, obviously grailing, like you already said. Leveling up any units that aren't leveled, but I assume they are at that point of your account. So the only thing that you really have beyond that is going to end up being like inefficiently leveling craft essences. And I'm going to be honest with you, waste your QP at that point. It's not really worth. Like unless you have like actual CE bombs to like pre-made to throw into stuff, I wouldn't really recommend it. That burns time as well. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's no point in burning both your time and your QP. Just let your QP go to waste. Trust me, I know it sucks. That burns sanity. You're damn right it does. And that is the goal, chat. Czar, thank you for the 53. Don't you woe me. How you doing today, Czar? Don't think too much on it. It's fine. Never can. Hold on. Hold on what? You're good-ish. Okay. Good to hear-ish. Wait, I'm confused. Why are you saying hold on? I've been told not to do this, and now I shall send all of them. I see. Thank you for the 55, Maestro. Hello, Azahiku. How you doing? Chat. Yeah, like, there you go, okay? Like, trust me. I know the pain that Wilson is going through. Like, it's not going to matter. The second we hit the raids, like, and this is the thing, and why I'm saying just go ahead and cap out your QP. Chat. Second y'all get to raids, if you're where I'm at, kiss your QP goodbye. In A, you have some time to spend it down before Tunguska, but other than that, you'll go and cap out. What's the max amount of QP? 2 bill. Freedom V9. Bigger than follow. I'm not sure if you're like version 9 or you're like one more than a V8. At least you don't get locked out of the fight for QP cap. Yes, because reverse QP hell is not a thing. Will the QP cap be raised? Probably not. Not unless they add like some new system. The whole reason it got raised to 2 billion was because of appends. And I think they kind of know like people aren't really doing their appends as much as they had hoped, so. Notice there are more lures in the shop each month. This becomes really bad when you start considering like they're running less events on JP now. You're not getting as many lures. Okay, chat. I know y'all hate me, but this is the only free time I get this week. So, where is it? There it is. There's my Badooter's Gate. You think Raid 4 will be tough for people who don't have event bonus servants? If you don't have event bonus servants, but you do have like all of your meta supports and like Black Grail and stuff, I think it'll work for you if you have like a decent NP level AoE that can do it. If you don't, yeah, I think it'll be tough. I think that's just a natural sort of occurrence. Roll to do dumb thing? Well, chat, this is now the evil playthrough. So, like, now we're at the point where finally I can show you guys just how evil I am. Although chat already got to witness me sacrifice Will in his undies. So there's that. I'm pretty sure chat understands how evil I can be now. Where is Aurelia? You gonna steal lolly from a toddler? No. I can think of a few comps where it's just bring your own Castoria and Oberon. Yeah. Like, I think a lot of it's just gonna depend on the quality of your account and kind of like what you have. You should try out the game called the Grave of Andy and Laylee. Isn't that like super dark and morbid? And like depressing? At least I feel like that's what I heard. I think. Isn't that the incest game? Yes, I believe so. Oh, wait. So chat. Chat, have I showed you this? So, fun fact. Okay, hold on. Let's go back to Can. I'm not sure I've shown chat this. So, we're gonna walk up here to Mr. Will. Or sorry, not Will, Gale. We can't walk up here to Will because Will's dead, chat. He doesn't have a camp anymore. So anyways, we have Gale here. And there's something I would like y'all to notice about Gale. Gale is a level 5 human. Where does it say it? It's supposed to say it. Yes, a level 5 human who's a cleric. He's not normally a cleric, but I made him into one. And the whole reason I made him into one is because he gets a spell called Warding Bond. Now, what Warding Bond does, chat, and I'm gonna make this really simple for you because you can see it's a massive paragraph, and I know we're in the TikTok generation, so I can't give you a massive paragraph. Warding Bond, when cast on someone, makes the target take half damage from all sources. However, it splits that damage by sharing it evenly with the caster. So what it happens is the target takes half damage, but now the caster of Warding Bond also takes half damage. So they share it. So the net result is you're still taking 100% of the damage. It's just spreading it out between two different people. Why is that important? Because if you'll denote here, yeah, everybody in my party, what does that do? Well, that means everybody in the party is damage sharing with the caster, who happens to be Grail. Grail is not currently in my party, which is intriguing. So everybody is sharing damage with Grail, who is not in my party. Grail, when he's out of the party, heals at camp automatically. All NPCs do. Grail is also a life cleric, so he heals even more. So as a result, everybody in my party takes half damage now. Grail takes the other half of all of the damage my party receives, and then just instantly heals himself back up to full in real time. Not like turn-based mode, in real time. Welcome to playing on Tactician. Sir, this is illegal? It's perfectly legal. I shall make it legal. So yes, Grail is 100% my ward bot. That's all he is. He exists to not be in the party because he would disapprove of evil things and to be down there. Okay, so what were we doing? I needed to do evil things. Let's go to the Blighted Village first. 'Cause I feel the need to be evil. Evil mastermind much? Look, chat, I told you. Welcome to strategy scumming, okay? This shit happens. Gotta ask the priestess for help. I don't want to go to Githyanki yet. We can confront Kaga. Yeah, does anyone know, can I let the Shadow Druids take over and then, like, let Minthara take over? Is it possible to do them in that order? That explains the blood. That does explain the blood. I actually noticed that there. I was like, oh, I wonder what that's causing it from. But yeah, you just put 2 and 2 together for me. Dad feels like he needs all the advantage he can get before he gets involved with his murder hoboing, maybe. No, I mean, it's also because I'm playing on like a absolutely brutal difficulty level. Instead of the limited amount you get when killing a traitor. I did not realize that, but there was also a way around that. Like you could just trade with people. That one may still be possible. The game cheats, so CAD does? Always. Once the Grove quest is done, they close it off. So, like, I can't let the Shadow Druids take over and then still invade with Minthara. Because that would be so much nicer if I could. Wait, how many
next,
spell slots? Okay, I still got some
alive.
spell slots.
So that's progress.
Oh, why am I hearing that double? Hold on, chat. Let's change my audio properties.
These boots have seen everything.
Won't be surprised that gets patched out. Don't worry about it. No one knows. Okay, so earlier, chat, when I was going into the bog. Okay, let me... Oh, I can't do it. Basically, when I was going into the bog down this way, okay, we met the two men accosting Auntie Ethel, and I killed them because they were accosting an old lady who's just perfectly harmless. Oh, by the way, I also have Long Strider on everyone.
I don't want a crumb left on that plate, girl.
Auntie Ethel, please. One more bite and this pie is gonna come back up to say hello.
Don't make me get the wooden spoon. You're eating for two, so get to it. Oh, if it isn't my hero. You took ages. Come in, come in. Feel free to relax yourself and have a cuppa.
I'll give you a cuppa.
Gods
Thank
grant
you.
me patience.
Sorry, chat.
Eat up, Mayrina. I won't say it again.
That's Mayrina. I have some bad news for her.
Keep that hole under your nose shut, or things will get messy.
Well, you heard the lady. We don't want things to get messy.
What is it? What's going on?
Oh, joy. That was such a great roll. Roll again. There we go. That's much better, chat.
Ha! You want to play it like that? Fine. Yes, girl. I killed your brothers.
Wow, she takes credit
That
for
can't
it.
be true. Auntie Ethel.
They were being rude, and I detest rudeness.
You monster! The deal is off.
Enough. Away with you.
Chat, I killed her brothers.
Blessed silence at last. Some time in the cage should do her good. And you'll regret sticking your nose in my business.
See, chat?
Never a dull moment.
Let's save. Okay, it's pretty clear where Auntie Ethel is. You can actually kind of like just do pathing and tell sometimes. So like it's pretty clear she's right here, right? Like because your character refuses to walk into that area. What up, anti-bitch? Get hexed.
Need to find a way
And then we're gonna run
forward.
away.
Hungry for the slaughter.
Oh.
This will do nicely.
Cast Hunter's Mark. Since I have a bow that allows me to.
Time to strike.
Oh, that's her last rage charge.
Make way.
You know, it might have helped.
Not now. Got to press on.
If I had, like, waltzed in here and cast Bless on all these people. Ooh, granted, I might be able to do hold person. Wait, is she hold personable or is she a monster? She's a monster. Okay, so you can't hold her. She is not gonna fall susceptible to that. We can cast blindness, but that's not gonna do much. I would need silence. Okay, let's bless them.
I will ascend.
Worth.
I can feel death's cold grip.
My faith will protect me.
Okay, what's Anti-Ethel gonna do? She's gonna run.
Bye-bye, Lovelace.
You bitch!
She's running. Now it's hand.
Okay, I was gonna try to get her. She ran, chat. I don't know if you could actually get her there. I guess in theory you could like try to like trip her up constantly and stuff. But I would have needed to get everybody closer. And it's entirely possible that like unless you had silence, she would just like teleport out. Doesn't she res? I don't know. Like I said, that's a...
What's inside?
Ah, excuse me. Oh. God, sorry, there's just something that's going right through me. Give me the potions.
Well, hello.
Is that blood?
Eh,
No, never mind.
allergic to winter? Yes, I clearly am. We're just stealing all of Auntie Ethel's shit. She abandoned her hideout.
Speak.
No, I didn't click on you.
What path lies before me?
Give me the tea house key. I don't think I need all those butter buns. But I do need this. Free alchemy mats. I'm gonna send that to camp. Send that to Asterion. Get the potion of greater healing.
Might be useful.
Okay. Yeah, it's the camp supply pack that always gets me in trouble. Okay, so now we're unencumbered. Now we can head down into here. Actually, I don't know if I can, like, rest. But I'm pretty sure I can. Oh no, wait, no, I don't think I can, so I might want a long rest here. She comes back and realizes you looted the place. She ain't coming back, chat. That's the thing. One lore a month for like 1,000 MP. Yeah, I feel like that would be perfectly fine. Like, if they did something like that. I think it's, the biggest issue that they have at the moment is, like, everything is just, costing so much MP, because they've added a bunch of stuff. Like, basically, things that used to be available from the Rare Prism shop, they've added a, like, monthly amount to. Obviously not lores, but, like, it would be kind of nice if they did, but then they kind of need to give yet another, like, source of, There we go. I'll drink, or I'll eat the spoiled part. They kind of need to give another source of mana prisms. You recommend people roll until they have 5 event Cs for the raid? No. Honestly.
I promised I'd be back. Don't worry. I have things under control. For now.
Yeah, so I made Aurelia,
You haven't been
Evil
using
Relia's
Parasite's power.
Guardian.
You think you don't need it. But things haven't gone as you expected. You thought a Mind Flayer might know how to extricate one of its own from you. But a Meluum couldn't help you. Your tadpole lives. You're desperate to be rid of it. Understandable. But you're looking for solutions in the wrong places.
Let's go with number 3.
Meluum is correct. Your parasite is unusual. It is wrapped in magic that prevents its removal. Until the source of the tadpole's
Did you really make
magic
a good
is
version of your
destroyed,
character, the Emperor? Yeah.
any attempt
Find
to
it
remove
interesting.
it will kill you. You were lucky that a Meluum realized this before he attempted a fatal
Because
extraction.
the first Emperor was me,
The
chat.
parasites are merely a symptom of a greater sickness in Faerun.
Tell me more about this magic.
It imbues the parasite with special powers, some that benefit, most that harm.
But Aurelia Altar was just
most
sitting right there.
importantly,
That's true, but
it
Evil
enables the
Aurelia is a cool
host
name.
to be controlled. The infected hear the voice of the Absolute, and believe it to be a god. That is how the cult of the Absolute is spreading. The highest of their rank, the True Souls, carry a tadpole just like yours. It is how they receive their orders. It is what makes them obey. When the order to transform is given, it will not be a matter of days.
Will the next playthrough have Evil Run as the Guardian?
In an instant.
Yes.
Were it not for my protection, so would you.
I don't trust you.
We share a common cause and a common enemy. Allegiances have been built on less. We are alike, you and I. Just like you, I was infected with a Mind Flayer parasite. Just like you,
Be just like
I
you,
seek
Jack.
to be free of it. I've been trying to escape from this evil for a long time. Once, I almost succeeded.
But it feels so
Now,
good to
through
be evil.
you, I've been given a new chance. You can go where I cannot, and I can protect you from that evil.
But I wish to be
If we
evil.
work together, we may turn this around. Hells, they need me. I have to go.
Tell me where I can find you.
No, it isn't safe. The power I used to protect you, I stole it from someone. They want it back. I will hold them off for as long as I can, but sooner or later I will be worn down. You must discover the source of the magic that controls the parasites before that happens. Follow the cultists' trail. They will lead you to their masters. Use the powers your parasite gives you to convince them you are
It's
one
kind
of
of
them.
funny because it feels like
And when you find the source
they
of their
know
magic,
the answer, but they're
destroy
telling you
it.
to discover it.
Go. Our freedom depends on it.
Modern Fate servants? Oh, I wish. Yep. That was a much longer rest than I wanted. Wait, chat the dog.
Speak up.
The dog wags his tail, a small bag clenched between his teeth. He gives in and surrenders his find to you.
Oh, bone. We'll give him pets. Yeah, can you believe people still haven't
Scratch's
petted
tongue
the dog?
lolls out happily, his tail wagging even faster.
Like, it's wild to me. Who would have guessed, right? Okay. Now we're in the tea house. Now we're gonna go downstairs. And we're gonna say hello to my little friend. Actually, do you have islands?
Can't give up now.
You can. I also don't know that I need to talk to everyone here.
You are as thick as they come, sweetness. This is my personal playhouse, and you don't have an invite. Get out!
No.
Oh, the cocky ones are my favorite to chew on. Keep going, Pickle, and you'll find out.
Or will you? Yeah, and I think she's gonna be the one that fucks around and finds out.
is this place?
Stop. Please. Wait.
Okay.
Don't look. Don't.
I don't think, like, this dude matters.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
Got to use Gale's warding buff?
I did.
You feel crushing waves of fear as the presence within the door recoils. It can't let people through, not again. A scene appears in your mind. 2 paladins and a cleric marching through the door, shrouded in the glow of the divine. Weapons brandished, they charge into the hag's lair. Screams of terror pierce the air.
You let them in? Naughty. That's a decade for each. You're mine for 30 more years, peddler.
The door twitches, but stays firm.
We'll try convincing it. Because I
You see
don't
the
think
hag.
intimidating it
She
would have been
walks
liked by the
through
party.
the door, its form shimmering. The lightest touch of hope brushes you.
Please.
Okay, so let's... I can't go back to camp from here.
Wait. Wait. Don't look.
I just have to walk outside, chat. Like, for some odd reason, when you're down there, and that is what I remembered, like, you can't go in there. Okay, Lizelle, get out of the party.
Speak. Chuck, you believe you can, as you said.
You believe you can... Yes. Yes, I do. Okay, chat, you want to see the warding
How
buff
can
in
I
action? Here you go.
With one with the weave.
Okay, warding buff.
May it please, Mistra.
Warding buff. Warding buff. Warding buff.
Shah's blessings upon you. Whatever comes, I'm ready. No time for dally.
Long strider. Long strider. The long strider is just 10 extra movement feet, chat. Not normally a ritual cast spell.
Let us start a conversation.
Go ahead. I'm listening. I question the wisdom of that decision, but I'll be here.
Movers.
Cad, why is Gale's tent full of
Got to
blood?
keep moving.
Listen, I haven't taken damage since the last time, so that's on him. Gale himself clearly has a bloodletting fetish. Okay?
Let's move. Very
That's
well.
all I can say. So it's a little bit of tediousness every time I long rest, but that's it.
Speak.
And you don't have to put it on all the time. I'm just gonna put it on because I know I'm fighting.
It is done.
Them peeps. No, don't end there. Thief camp. It's for the cause. It is. Okay. Now down and we go. We gotta come down here and put one of these, them there masks on. I think you only need the one.
Hello, Petal. My, the mask suits you. Just relax. See the world with fresh eyes. And let your dear old Aunt Ethel look after you.
Don't look. Don't!
You're
Stench
mine.
of rot is a slap to the face. Suddenly she is there, beside you, behind you, inside you.
Yes, I have you now.
What's happening? What did you do?
The mask. Take it off.
Look. Don't!
Wait. What? Hold on. I didn't remember that happening. Maybe I passed the roll in the prior time?
Wait!
I think this is from before I did the whole warding thing. Oh, I knew I should have saved. Always save after doing something like that. That way you don't spend all of your time. But it do be like that sometimes, chat. Buddy. No.
Wait! Wait!
Maybe I need more pockets.
Don't look. Don't!
Okay, so I'll pick that up. We'll head back to camp. Again, as long as I don't put it on, I think I'm okay. And I did intimidate the thing to, like, let me through. I just don't remember. Can you go through without the mask? I think the mask is the intended way, but you're supposed to, like, resist it.
Speak.
I hate how long it takes for
You
her,
believe you can, as you.
her conversation thing to come up.
What's on your mind? With
Direct me.
adventure awaits. Essential incantation.
Did he just say sensual incantation?
What's next?
What's on your mind? I question the wisdom of that decision. I'll be...
Best be on my way.
Onward then. Gotta get to work.
Let's get going. Very well.
Speak.
Okay, let's get Lae'zel back in the party.
It is done. Indolence breeds madness.
No time to waste.
You can only do the rituals, I think it's outside of combat. So I don't think I had to be here to cast it, but I'd rather not risk it.
Never a dull moment.
Did I miss anything? I had to go back because I accidentally put the mask on. Okay.
Have to keep going.
Don't!
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
Stop! Please! Please!
Don't stop, please. That's what he said, chat.
Feel the barest hint of life.
Don't?
Okay, yeah, you can just walk right through. That's so weird.
Risk being in open view.
Okay, we're saving. I am not stealing from my own party member.
Yes, Auntie. I'll break them with bones.
Did that count as surprise? Kind of BS. I mean, you can see, like, he threw that vial on me. I only took 2 damage from it. That's kind of the power of warding bond at this point. Dude, Sacred Flame should be able to hit you. It doesn't require line of sight. That's kind of bullshit.
Pay attention! It vexes me to know of you.
Okay.
I will us. Nothing will stand in my way.
Okay. I don't remember if I can short rest in here or not. I don't think I can, but oh well. Oh, damn. Just missed. Okay, she's down.
No time to waste.
Okay, bleeding. Make sure we pull back out the shield. No problem, King. Thank you for doing crazy things in a video game. I try. Hey, what's the ephemeral whispers? I feel like that's supposed to... Tempted by Ethel's whispers. Okay, so that one's dead. That dude's locked down. Arrow Man gonna kind of suck, but I seem to remember this bitch both hits hard and is a pile of crap. Yep. She basically counters your first hit. Okay, dead. Konnichiwa. Wait, shouldn't that have given me a... Oh, wait, no, because I just jumped. I was gonna say, shouldn't that have given me a bonus action? Frightened. Nice, send it back. Let's go. Gotta love it. 70% chance miss, but if it's gonna be anyone that misses, I want it to be her. Dude, cutting words is so strong. It is such a strong frickin' move. He's immobile.
No choice but to keep going. Don't waste a step.
Got him. Okay. So chat, yeah, you're beginning to see my tactician builds in bigger swing here now. Because basically what's going on is I've reached level 5, so everybody has extra attacks now. Everybody kind of has just way more capability. Do not wear the mask.
What can I do for you, my friend?
There's a monster hunter after you.
Not anymore. Which is all that matters, really.
But why was he hunting you?
I didn't do anything. I was kidnapped, just like you. It seems Khadroth wants me back.
And who is Khadroth?
Khadroth Zar is a vampire lord in
I knew it was
Baldur's
Zar.
Gate, the patriarch of his coven, and a monster obsessed with power. He turned me nearly 200 years ago. I became his spawn, and he became my tormentor.
Tormentor? You're sure Khadroth's behind this?
It was him, I'm sure. Only he would know to send the Gur after me. It was a group of Gur that attacked me that night in Baldur's Gate. I would have died had Khadroth not appeared and saved me.
He appeared just when you needed him. Sounds convenient.
Maybe. Maybe he was just drawn to the smell of blood. The point is, I have history with these barbarians. Khadroth's sending a message. He's reminding me of his power. Even in the middle of nowhere, he can reach me. And he wants me back.
But why capture you?
Maybe he wants to make an example of me, to show what happens to runaways. Or maybe he thinks death is too good for me.
Should I be concerned?
Concerned? Do you know the power Vampire Lord possesses? He can change shape, turn into mist, call walls to do his bidding, shrug off blows like they're nothing. He could walk into our camp tonight and kill you with his bare hands. And you'd be lucky if death was the worst thing that happened to you.
Alright, what do you suggest?
First, we have to... I don't know. Well, if we kill his lackeys, he'll just send more. We just have to be vigilant, keep our wits about us, and kill any monster hunters on sight.
Okay. So, not sure how I feel about that. But, see what everybody else has. Terrible, no good, very bad stuff. Alright, what did this dude have? A wooden shield. Still all crap. What the heck? Actually, hilariously enough, the masks are what's worth the most.
What's in here?
I don't need a bone. I do not have a bone to pick. Well, that's not true. I do have a bone to pick with Auntie Ethel. She's trying to kidnap babies, chat. There's only one person in this campaign that's capable of kidnapping babies. That's me. Won't let anyone out evil me. For it is I that will be the most evil. Okay, yes, the flame vent doohickey bullshits. Oh man, I could have sworn there was like an easy fix to this one. Oh, Burning Hands took a spell slot? What the heck? Oh wait, I think you can mage hand it. Or not? Can we not, chat?
No time to rest.
There is work to do.
Am I misremembering?
Eager for battle.
Just as I expected.
Well, I can't throw it, I'm not strong enough.
Take heed. I see a trap.
I could have sworn there was some easy way to solve this one. I remembered like seeing it on a video and like
No time to dally.
I just do not freaking remember. Look it up real quick.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Enough waiting. I crave blood.
Craves blood, chat.
Repositioning.
I will take my pick.
I was gonna say, is that close enough?
Another stride toward fate.
There we go.
A trap. Someone doesn't like visitors.
Wits and blades always sharp.
Oh, action, not reaction. Quickly then.
am I to do?
Oh, that's why it's considered sturdy.
No one stopped me yet.
So sturdy just means I have to deal 10 damage or more, and I may not have dealt it. I'll cast this a couple more times, but it may be possible I'm not hitting it. Okay, 2 more times. Alright, odds are just that that's not... going according to Keikaku. I'm not even sure where the vent is at on this one.
I'm ready. Whatever it takes.
Indolence breeds madness.
Take heed. I see a trap.
Can't afford to stay idle.
I don't feel like this is right. Like, this one feels like it's glitched. God damn it.
Still breathing, despite everything. Trap. Be cautious.
There's the vent.
Let's get on with it.
Blackets will be done.
Gonna throw a
As I
hat
was
chat.
taught,
Ah, fuck that thing.
without delay.
We couldn't get the, we basically couldn't get the thing to, like, reveal. And that was like half the frickin' issue.
Looking ahead. breathe deep and move.
Don't touch me.
Yeah, it does feel like Will's having the last laugh.
This way.
You all busy getting booty blasted? He's certainly...
Someone doesn't like visitors.
I like how Asterian's the only one that passed that check. He's certainly not hanging around here no more, chat. Okay, we made it through. There's only some damage. Okay, so I can't actually short rest, which is good.
Better be cautious. Best be on my way. There, in the cage.
Kick her bloody head in!
What do we have here?
Can't afford any mistakes. Whatever comes, I'm ready.
I don't think I've learned silence yet. So based off that, we're given Lae'zel the Susur sword. It's not as good as my sword, but it silences Ethel.
Unheard, unseen.
Kick her bloody head in! Come on!
Silent as
Bash her
the grave.
brains out! What's next, I wonder? Need to tread softly. Die in a fire! Hag!
Does this count as adventuring?
Cloak and dagger, my favorite.
Better make my next move.
Kick her bloody head in!
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Huh? I have to wait until it fails, chat. I guess I could just stand up.
With haste.
Okay, that's what I was trying to trigger.
You come to my home, interfere in my business, and now have the gall to face me in the heart of my lair.
Yeah.
You petulant bollocks! I'll rip your spine out your asshole!
You won't have an
I'll use your
asshole.
blood to spice my stew! I'll keep you alive until I've sucked the marrow from your bones. And then I'll bring you back and do it all over again.
Stop it! Please! Let me go!
You want the girl so bad. Fine.
That cage won't last.
Ready. Unseen.
Okay, now, chat, let me explain something. I could totally let her die. I'm not even sure she would die from this. If anyone in chat knows, feel free to let me know. But basically, it's not a huge concern.
Well, so much for peace.
Oh wow, so
My faith protects me.
Shadowheart's actually not in combat. This is low-key actually genius of me. He dies if the cage breaks? Okay, I figured.
I know what to do.
Now she's in combat. I was hoping that wouldn't put me in, but I guess
What should I do?
did.
Kick her bloody head in!
Bro, she has way more copies on this version. What the shit?
Her brains out!
Really?
Time to strike. You bow or you break. Time to push my luck again.
Here we go again with the monk misses. Yeah, I mean, shit happened.
Bash her brains out!
I'm not gonna do anything. I guess I can heal Cliff. I don't like the fact that we're sitting right next to each other now, though. Missed me with that shit. Oh my god, Asterion just hit anything! Jesus, you had one job.
Onward.
So I'm pretty sure the one I'm on is the real one. All the others are copycats.
Shall we dance?
So he's poisoned, so he now has disadvantage. Holy shit, man.
Let's go.
Good.
Kick her bloody head in!
I figured it'd miss.
Come on! Bash her brains out!
Victory awaits.
Let's go. Let's go. person? Oh my god, man.
Come on! Bash her brains
Sure, a hit would have been
out!
nice here. You're not wrong. Why? It's still 45. Had to try. No, I'm a trust that Asteria's gonna live another turn. Oh my gentle okay, you know what? I think
Haste.
Come on! Bash her brains out!
I think you've had enough. Your bullshit, Anthony. Can't hold person on a fucking, like, the fact that the clones can also cast hold person, I think is what I'm just most amazed by. It's such an extra, like, dick move.
Kick up! Come on! Bash her brains out!
Don't be a person, you right.
Oh, right. Another warm-blooded mongrel.
Spill some blood.
Be a shame she got stunned, bitch. I'm not poisoned anymore.
Swift and lethal.
I'm just keep stacking bleed and reverberation on your ass.
Ready.
Die in a fire! Hag!
Like how she's just casually saying the crudest shit she knows. Die in a fire.
Kick her bloody head in!
And kick her bloody head in. Yeah.
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
Come on! Bash her brains out!
Let's go. Auntie Ethel getting smoked
Breathe deep
now.
and move.
But I know what she's gonna do.
Die in a... Kick her bloody head in!
Who's the good person? Oh, we are not, chat. Granted, Auntie Ethel is
Bash her brains out!
kind of a bitch. Okay, we're saving.
Die in a fire!
Fury, I am death.
Because, like, it's entirely possible I accidentally go, oops, Auntie Ethel died. As you can see,
Let's finish this. Kick her bloody head in!
Still on my feet.
Come on! Bash her brains out!
this might kill her. It's not my fault, chat. She died, okay? Like, she straight up died. It's she keeled over, not having anything. FP for what? To 120 NP5 Mary Anning when she comes out? Sorry, for what? I am confussed. That almost killed her.
Kick up, come on! Bash her brains out!
She might die from the beginning. No! She died from the bleeding! No! You gotta be kidding me! Auntie Ethel just being like, man, F this fight. I'm out. Like, I don't care anymore. I'ma make you crit me. Bleeding to death? Yes. To shreds, you say. So the whole reason is I'm trying to get a very specific interaction with her, chat. Alright, that's it. Cool. See what she does on her turn now.
Wait! Wait just a tick! Killing me is a waste of time. I'll find a way to return. Always have, always will. But it's unpleasant. So how about we be civilized about this, I have something you want.
Chat, I never got this in my first playthrough because I killed her so fast.
If you're gloating now, just wait till you hear my offer, Petal. Let me leave with the girl, and I'll give you power. You want to be stronger, tougher, smarter? Done. Anything is possible. Just let me keep the girl and her babe.
If her powers were worth anything, we wouldn't have beaten her. Finish this.
It's your choice, sweetness.
Okay.
You greedy little bollocks. Fine. Here. I'll not soon forget this sweetness. You have my word.
But the deal. What about my husband? What happens to him?
Deal's off, you dumb cow. And you've her to thank for it. Not that it matters. I'll find another just as plump and ripe. I can set up shop elsewhere. People always need lotions and potions.
If I ever see you again, you'll be fertilizing the swamp.
If I ever see you again, you'll have a tentacle for a tongue. Bye-bye, Petal.
So stupid. I almost gave that monster my child.
Less crying, more gold, please.
What? I have nothing. Wait. Here. This socket is worth some coin.
Better than nothing.
Just look after. My husband gave it to me. I should take him home. His coffin is just upstairs.
He's dead.
Thank you.
Okay. Bonus to wisdom, strength, con, dex, charisma, or intelligentsia.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have.
So I'm currently at 18 charisma. So we're gonna go one more charisma, chat. Okay. And then surely...
Maggots will be done. I have a lot on my mind.
Why did that not give me charisma?
In it.
Oh, okay. Now I have charisma. Her tasty child? Yes, so now we have eaten a piece of Auntie Ethel's hair. We have become more like Auntie Ethel than she ever imagined. Also, we now have this awesome locket. I have no idea what that does. Chat. Let it be known that hags don't taste good, but they sure give you a lot of power. Okay, then we're gonna go in here. The potion of speed. Bit of an ever-seeing eye. Bitter divorce.
Assume nothing.
Gonna pick up the pig's head. Pork loin. Bone cap.
Proceeding.
I have no idea if these potions are actually worth anything. Does anyone in chat know?
All right. What now?
Ray of Sickness. Ah, no, it's not better than the Spell Sparkler. Good night, Bob. Like, I don't think they actually are. I think they're just randomly named bullshit. Why am I so heavy? Okay, now I'm not heavy. You couldn't make you? Oh, I couldn't make you eat it? Is that what you're saying? Alright, chat, you guys got a choice to make. What are we doing with dead hubby this time?
Things on my mind.
Gods! Didn't hear you come. The thought of putting him in a wheelbarrow and making the journey all over again.
What is the most evil choice? Raise and enslave?
What?
You feel a surge of power from the wand.
Bring it back! Bring Connor back! Please. What? What's happening? Why is he still dead?
It's almost like he died.
You feel something pull at you. The creature yearns for a master.
What have you done to him?
Oh, the creature's bound to this wand. How useful.
He's not a creature. He's my husband. I wanted him back the way he was, not this.
Don't worry, I have the wand. I'll make use of him.
You bastard! Give him back! I thought you were going to help!
Yeah.
I thought...
Choosing Ethel's wand wasn't the best idea.
Wait, where's she going?
Standing here arguing won't change.
Oh, okay. Oh, I can't speak with dead. Also, he smells, chat. Quite literally. Character is smelly. So I don't know what to do with him. Like, is he just gonna follow me around? Uh-huh. What's that mean, boy? Uh-huh. Oh, brains! I see. Okay. God, I think he wants brains. Otherwise, I don't know. You know, raising him like this in front of her might have been the cruelest option. That's what we're going for. That's literally what we're going for, chat. Okay, he like doesn't follow me. What happened to the wand? I don't see the wand. They have a crooked wand of fireballs. Like, is there a way to make him follow me, chat? Ah, second marriage. Honor is scratched into the surface. So, like, I can pull out a zombie? Does this thing have limited uses? Huh. Okay. Wait, did that break the wand? No, the wand's still there.
find somewhere to camp soon.
I like this, chat. I like this. He is now my own pet Zambi. This is so much better than giving her back the wand. I don't know what I'm gonna do with him, but this is by far the best. Well, look, he has Zambi Slam. That's amazing. Okay. Yeah.
What to do?
Use him as bait in battle, right? Ooh, to throw in the traps. I like the way you think, chat. It also doesn't look like there's any cooldown on it, so maybe there's a point, but... But in the meantime, chat, we shall end it here for tonight. Let me see who all's on. Who all I can give some love to. Oh, this will be fun. This will be fun, chat. I'm gonna send you guys over to Mr. Zephyr. He is doing some Final Fantasy. I believe he's doing his ultimate fight, but I think he already beat it once. So we're gonna figure out what he's doing. Anyways, I'll be back tomorrow. We're gonna be doing the JP Lotto. Like, obviously it'll be brand new and fresh, and it'll be coming out right at stream time, so no one's gonna have any idea. But thank you guys for sticking around to this point. Go give Zephyr my love, and have a good one.